Well, hello everyone, and welcome in. Welcome into our program tonight, Healing After the Watchtower, with your favorite apostate, Apostababe, Linda James. And she's coming to us from Southern California, and she wants to talk to you tonight. Linda comes and burns the midnight oil every Saturday night here on the six screens. So let's bring Linda in and say hello, Linda. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Wow, things are going good. We had a good night of activity, plenty of people listening in. We still have quite a bit in here, so that's good. We're gaining momentum, Linda. More and more people are listening in to the programs on the six screens.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
very good.
well, it's very good. So you're looking wide awake tonight. It looks like you're getting ready to entertain a big audience. So, anyways, I'll cut you loose. You do your thing. I'm here if you need me, okay?
Thank you, Rick.
All right.
Hello, everyone. This is Apostabate Linda James, and I am your favorite apostate. And the reason I tell you this every single week is because I am trying to brainwash you. So if I keep telling you over and over and over again, that in fact is a tactic of brainwashing. Whenever you want to memorize something, you would say something over and over again. You would read it over and over again. And when you find yourself being indoctrinated by a group, and this is something that could be, you can learn positive things or negative things. Me being your favorite apostate, of course, is a positive thing. And also I'm making light of the loaded language that is used by the Watchtower with the word apostate. And what loaded language is when a group will take a word and change the definition of it, or else they keep the definition and then add on more to it, which is what the organization has done. You know, people that leave the organization, they've gone and joined the devil. They've left Jehovah and gone and joined the devil. But what many of you have come to realize is that that is actually a form of fear that has been used on us so that we wouldn't leave. Because, when you find yourself involved in a group that claims to be the spokesman for God, to be that person that God is using, or to be that middle person or middle group or middle man that speaks what God would have you know, and after a while you may believe it. So anyways, that's how they get you to believe the certain things that you find yourself believing. Tonight, I just wanted to touch a little bit on when I opened up Google this morning. First thing up was baggies that are filled with flyers that are anti-Semitic, anti-LGBT, on like 100 of my neighbors' yards, okay? And it's not just happening here. It's happening inland, different counties. It's happening all over the US, okay? So some of you may have read about it. If not, just Google it, anti-Semitic, hate speech kind of stuff. I know that we have a good amount of Christian believers here. I'm not going to even attempt to request you to believe anything different than what you do believe, okay? What I do want to encourage you to do is educate yourself a bit more than what you might know now. If this is what it reminds me of. It reminds me of when we were back in the org and we only heard the information coming from the organization, and that's what we believed. And we didn't research outside of what the organization told us to believe, then we didn't get a fuller story. We didn't get more information. Our information was controlled. So I want to encourage you to go to different sites that might look like, I'm not telling you where to go. I'm just telling you to go and research a bit more than what I've been hearing, and especially what I've been hearing about the trans community. I was never going to come out to my audience until the 2018 Be Courageous symposium, where Sally went into a store and they offered her a rainbow bracelet. And then what they had to do, what the organization did, rather than attacking homosexuals, is they attacked allies of lesbians. Okay, and so
Go cry a river.
excuse me.
I said,
So-
go cry a river.
Go cry a river. What is your name? Okay, so there's that. And I just wanted to suggest that because people are getting hurt and this is very dangerous. So I just wanted to put that out there and encourage that to happen. Okay, so we can go on to another subject. The person that just said, cry me a river, did you want to say anything else?
Well, Linda, that was our bigoted friend Mike in Michigan.
Oh my God, I've missed him.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
there he
does.
is. Okay.
Well, no, I just banned him off. He'll probably
Okay,
come back in, but
that makes sense.
you know, Linda, I appreciate, everyone can have a voice here on the Six Cranes, but this guy just comes in and wants to constantly do things that are totally irritating, and well, we're gonna try to keep him off for tonight, but
Okay,
he's out there, so that's who it was. I wanted you to know, okay?
okay, and again, what I'm bringing up tonight. I'm sorry. I'm speaking over you. Go ahead.
That's
I'm
Kurt.
sorry. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. I'm pretty slow at hearing, but your voice is coming in real strong. I noticed last week your voice is coming in real strong. Where are your glasses, woman? Do you have on a pair of contacts?
Thank you. Thank you. I think I need your help finding them, to be honest. I could not. I had them. I'm washing my face. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I don't know where they went.
I'm just kidding.
Linda, you want to find your glasses? I'll kind of hold the program for if you want to take a look.
No, I did take a good look around the house and lost a good 10 minutes already on that one.
Okay, well, I just want to say that because I know I need the glasses. If I couldn't get the glasses, I'd have a hard time, but if you want to, I'll fill in for you. But no problem.
I was gonna read a few of the articles that I had read this morning, but I know that anybody can Google it and they'll see it. It's happening all over,
I thought.
Hey, Linda, I have 6 pair of reading glasses.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And one is usually on my head.
Yep.
I wanted to say just for 3 or 4 lines about the First Amendment, if I may.
Kurt, is that okay with you?
Oh yeah. Yes. Go ahead, Pixie.
Thank you. Sure, Pixie.
I don't have the stamina to stay up all night, but I'm back. I got more dental work that I have to get done. They're doing a good job.
I'm so proud of you getting that work done.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention to the audience about the First Amendment. Most of you have never taken a law class. For me to be a journalist, I was required 9 weeks of law, and I had an attorney at my kitchen table for years.
Yes.
The First Amendment is very special. It protects our thinking on religion. We have freedom from religion or freedom to have any religion we want. It could be the craziest thoughts that we might think, and we might think our neighbor had a very different religion, but he or she has the freedom to have it. The same is true with what we print, what we read, what we think, and now with the Supreme Court having gay marriage, who we marry. You or I may or may not agree with many of the things listed, but our neighbor has the right to have those things. And what was so interesting about the 9 weeks of the First Amendment, there is a case on the books where every student in that class did not like the people in that paragraph. The people in that paragraph had hateful ideas. The people in that paragraph were not anything you and I would go with. But with proper permits, those people can have a parade too.
Yes.
So the beauty of the First Amendment is it covers all of us.
Yes, including.
I think you would have been a good lawyer, and I think Apostababe would have been a good psychiatrist.
She should follow up with the counseling, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, they hate those that are putting out the flyers.
They have a right.
They have a right to have. You're right. A parade. The rights that I'm entitled to is the same rights they're entitled to. So when there is talk about for so many, why should we do this for so little people when there's so many people who think otherwise? That's not even the point to be discussed. We both have certain rights, human rights, right. And I appreciate for you to bring that up.
What I would like to say in favor of gay marriage is that it was related to the inheritance laws in the United States. And it made it so that if a person owns property, whomever they want to may inherit that property.
Mm-hmm.
And it also applies to straight people in Utah that have polygamy. This is why polygamy was dropped from the Mormon Church officially, because of rights of inheritance within the United States. So some of these laws don't have anything to do with who's swinging from what chandelier. They're related to inheritance law. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to put my feet up, I'm going to rest, and I'm going to listen to your beautiful lecture, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Pixie.
Hey, Linda.
Yes? Is this Kurt?
It's Eric. It's Eric James Kubler. How are you?
Good. Did you want to go next, Kurt?
I wanted to just say to you that in defense of a man that called up and was kind of nasty to you.
Oh, yeah.
That like, whatever you have. I just sometimes I hear people talk shit. I'm just going to be honest with you. I hear people talk shit about you sometimes on your show, and I find it so disrespectful because I know who you are as a person. And you know what? When my own family refused, even my brother, who's a chemo, didn't really talk to me when I was in the hospital. You did. You talked to me in the hospital, and you're a true Christian and a true friend. Even if you don't believe in Christianity. I
tell you, that's one of the best compliments I get from my Christian friends when they tell me that. So thank you. I hear you.
Yeah, your kindness is what matters the most, and thank you for that, and don't ever change.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Eric.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and then anybody that has anything bad to say about this woman, I personally know that she's a really good person, and just shut the hell up, because if you don't have anything positive to say or any proof of the negativity or the bullshit comment that you're bringing out, just keep it to yourself. Sorry.
All I said was go have a cry about it. You guys are all bitching about it.
Yeah. What? You're the one crying, right? We're all healing. You're the one crying, brother. You want to talk? Let's talk.
So,
Sorry, Apostababe. I'll shut up and leave your show.
I appreciate the defense that you're standing up for me. I mean, that's love. That's love, because I didn't get that growing up. We didn't get that in the org. And I absolutely love that. I see it here. And again, I don't want to change anybody's belief system. But when there's flyers from the KKK, I'm going to say something. And I usually don't bring the situation up about myself unless the subject goes to it. And every so often I'll joke about it, but it's not something I want to bring to the table on a regular basis. And I didn't want to, like I was saying before, I didn't want to come out to my audience because I thought that was going to be, I thought I was going to cut off all the Christians. and that the Christians would not want to listen to me. But once that symposium came in 2018, Be Courageous, I was like, I'm out. I need to make so I debunked the video and I made a video about it. And in that video, I came out. But the LGBTQ community, we don't always agree, but they are my people. Hello? Did somebody else?
Miguel, you're on with Linda.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Miguel.
Hi.
Oh, just quickly, hi, just quickly. This discussion I am not an American citizen, all right, but points out to what the purpose was of the independence of the United States. Because America, before independence, was following the Anglican Christian religion. What you had with the independence was basically the legalization of any religion, including Satanism. Right, so that's what happened. It's perfectly legal from that point onwards to be a Satanist or be of any religion. That's the actual revolution, right? That's the purpose of the revolution, freedom of religion. Therefore, being homosexual or being gay or having any sort of moral value is legally protected. So I don't know what the surprise is. This is really core of the United States. That's what I wanted to point. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I like about
I don't know if I understood everything you said, but thank you for speaking up. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No problem. Go ahead.
I think you're a positive person and a positive influence on other people. And I don't have to tell you, a lot of people are negative. And being positive, I think, is so important. I worked with a guy one time for years and years, and every day, sometime or more than once, sometime, no matter what the weather or the conditions we were working in, he would always say, "It's a wonderful day."
How nice.
Day. But
nice.
positive thinking is so important. Anyway, go ahead. If I interrupted you, I'm sorry. I'm probably a second or two behind you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Yeah, I'm listening to a little bit of the feedback of what I've just suggested to the audience. And again, I'm not asking anybody to change their belief system, but to challenge you to educate yourself a bit further, because this reminds me of when I was in the organization. We were only allowed to research what the organization said we could. I don't think that people that are in the world are under that kind of information control, but I do think some people will stick with only information coming from one direction or maybe two directions, but there might be a few more directions that if you look at it, you might be educated a bit more. And that's what I want to encourage. I don't want to be the one tonight doing the educating. I'm just encouraging you to do your own homework, because what's going on now is scary, and it's scary, okay? And people are getting hurt, and there's been many deaths, okay? And it's not good. It's not good. So I'm just asking for that. And we can go on to any other subject we want to. Hearing Ray call in earlier and talk about how he left and how he was once in the service, and then later on he was in the organization. What that reminds me of is a book I read called Uncultured, okay? The organization, because I was born into it and was raised in it, that is my culture of origin, okay? And the word cult comes from the word culture, okay? He could see the similarities of being in the service and being in the organization. Now, the person that wrote this book called Uncultured was raised in Family of God, okay? David Berg was the founder of it. They did what is called flirty fishing. It is still going on today. And she ended up leaving it. And then she found herself in the service and going, oh my goodness, I'm familiar. I can do this. I'm familiar with this. She was actually trained in an environment very similar to this. So when she was in the service, she was like, I get it. Now, when you get in the service, you know that you are signing up for something you don't know how it's going to happen, but you know that you're signing up for something to where you know they will break you down and build you up as they intend to make you whatever it is they're going to make you. When you're recruited into a cult, a destructive cult, you're not given this information. You don't even know you're joining a cult. You're actually being recruited by deception. So when I heard Ray talk about this, and then when he talked about how he took his suits and his books and he's blasting AC/DC and Marilyn Manson, which by the way has the same birthday as me, and I could hear it. I could see the bonfire as he was speaking, and I could tell that is like he took his power back. I believe Ray was recruited rather than born in. I might be wrong, but if you wanted to talk any more about it tonight, Ray, I heard you having trouble sleeping. The number is 727-731-6701. And you can call in a little like you did before while dialing *6. And you can share a little bit more if you'd like to. I'm kind of curious how you got involved in the organization. It's amazing how people get involved. It's just so amazing. So I hear somebody, but I can't hear them loud enough. Can you speak up, please?
Today I'm going to tell you about how was invented by everything. This is not me hyperbolic. This is not a clickbait title. I hired a PhD.
Yeah, I don't know what that sound is. So if anybody's on the phone and they have something playing, can you push *6 so that it would mute? So when you call in, you push *6 to speak up and join the conversation, and then you push *6 again to mute yourself so that we don't hear what's going on around you. This week, the weather's getting hotter. It is just past the middle of June 2023, and it's here in Southern California. It has not quite gotten hot yet until today, and still it was just a nice day, but I get overheated super easily, so I was feeling the heat. But yeah, we can go with any subject we want to go with. You can ask me anything. I found myself reading some things about Rutherford last night, and about when he had his radio station, where he actually gave the radio station was in Canada, okay? And you've probably heard that the organization used to have a radio station back in the times of Rutherford, right? So his Canada radio station, he gave time for some grand, I don't even know how you say it, some grand somebody or another from the KKK to give a talk. And then there's Rutherford talking his anti-Semitism. It's like Rutherford's all offended. He's like, what? What's your problem? And they're banning him and everything, and telling him that you and the international Bible students can't be speaking this kind of rhetoric. And they're like, we're not going to change. So they ended up withdrawing from the Canada radio station. It's like they had a radio station, but somehow they were connecting to these other ones. And I read it like 3 or 4 times, and I don't even know how to explain it. Hopefully somebody out there does know how to explain it. So they ended up just backing off. But yeah, that was some crazy times. And it's fascinating to me how some of the symposium videos are talking this summer, are talking about how they were, as though the witnesses were integrated, like as though they were like, as though there was no separation at that time, when in fact there was. But like there's a video where it shows a family, a black family that ends up being told to go to some place in the town, and then a white guy comes and wants to visit them, and there's another white guy on the porch with a gun who's protecting the home of the black family. And then he shows up and wants to know where they're at. He tells them, and then he shows up to that place, and evidently under the care of this white man, this black family could leave. And supposedly when he leaves the room, the Jehovah's Witnesses or the International Bible Students religion or group is praised because, you know, it spoke of them as taking care of their people in a context of religious, not a context of the nationality or you know, whatever. I don't know what I'm not sure which term to use right now over the nationality. So there's that, and that's been, I just find it very strange.
Linda?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Sharon in North Carolina. I'm just, listening to what you're saying.
Hi,
And
Sharon.
they were pushing it like religious, but they weren't just pushing it like neighborly or just helping their fellow man. You know what I mean?
Like back in the day of Rutherford? Or
Yeah.
at this time? Okay, yeah.
What was so wrong with just being neighborly, just being kind? Why did they have to make it religiously?
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't make sense to me that they couldn't just go on, well, this is how we are, and then later on that it could turn into religion, but be neighborly first, like the Good Samaritan.
Yes.
He was being a neighbor first. He didn't push in the nationality. He didn't push into the religion. He just did it because that was in his heart.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like all the way back, and even to date, they got to make everything like, well, then what if you didn't have that? What kind of person were you then? What kind of person would you be? You need that to be a kind person, and interviews are not kind. They're not kind.
True. It's very conditional.
Kind. Yeah, everything is conditional. If they were kind people, they'd be kind all the time, whether they were JW or a Baptist or Man from Mars. They would be kind, but they need a reason. And then the people who leave and they become obnoxious. That's how they always were. It's like the witnesses had them on a chain or something, And now that chain is off, they can be obnoxious. They can be, really nasty people, like that one that keeps calling in and giving you a hard time. I mean, come on. Wait, you're not a human being?
Thank you, Sharon. That's really what it's about. Yeah.
I mean, just be kind, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I agree. What I have a feeling is going on from the videos that's happening this summer is I have the feeling they're trying to claim that there was not segregation happening amongst the witnesses, when in fact there was. That's just how society was at that time. So to say that they like
creation, photodrama of creation, where were the black people supposed to stand? Upstairs, standing upstairs.
That's right, on the balcony.
Downstairs.
That's right, on the balcony. You've read it. You know.
Okay. And then how about if you pray, what was that guy's name? I think I can't remember his name offhand, but he prayed so hard he turned white. I mean, come on.
I haven't heard that one, but it's like a teaching that.
And then Yeah, and then what was that other thing Russell said about the only good thing a colored man could look forward to is being a good servant?
That's
Come
right.
on, really? There was no segregation? Wake up. All you have to do is a little bit of homework. That's all you got to do, just like you said before. Just do a little homework. Go beyond what you know, and just, take a step back once in a while, put your pride away, and just read something. Don't have any opinions until you read 3, 4, 5 pieces of information, then come to a conclusion. Don't just go to 1, don't go to 2. You need more than that. You really do, to make an honest opinion or, consideration of what
Informed,
really
yes.
is going on. You can't just do it on 1 or 2. You need more than that. I mean, mainstream media right there, I call it mudslinging media because that's all they do. You need to go to other sources also, because you don't know what really is going on until you get the entire picture, and then you can form your judgment.
We must be talking about fake news again.
Mudslinging, yes.
Yeah, I remember, and I never
Let
knew
me
this.
just say this real quick. Dan Clark has called in and talked about experiences he's had, and within his lifespan, he's been at Kingdom Halls where there has been a culture of segregation, even if society at large wasn't showing segregation. So I just wanted to mention that. Oh, and by the way, this month, gosh, I think it's on Monday or Tuesday, is June 19th, which is a holiday that I wanted to read up on, and what I know about it, I'll talk about it later. Please go ahead, Daniel.
No, it was just when I was doing my research on my way out, I stumbled across some of Russell's stuff, and there was one that he was talking about black people as cursed, and that in like paradise, when God restores things, they would go back to their original color. And guess what that is? White.
Yeah.
The thing is, I never heard him talk about Asian people. Never heard him talk about Hispanic people. Never heard him talk about anybody of any other color other than black people. Now, maybe he did, and I just didn't see that part of it. But it seemed like his was on black people, African people. Wasn't even just African American. It was black people in general. But
I think a lot of that has to do with him, really studying in the Aryan religion from way, way, way back, because that's how they thought that because of Ham, the whole color was cursed. Because I remember when I was in the Spion congregation on Long Island, and I was a little kid, and I had black friends in the Kingdom Hall. I never thought about the stuff that they were teaching from the podium. That they had a big white piece of paper up there, and then they would put a black dot in the middle. Where are your eyes drawn? This is what's going on. This is why they're cursed, because you're not looking at the rest of the white page. You're looking at the black dot. And I was a little kid, and that always stuck with me. I was like, why would you say something like that when we were predominantly black? It was a predominantly black congregation anyway, because it was out in Spionk, and I just didn't understand why they would pick on them like that. It just didn't make sense to me. When you're a little kid, it don't make sense.
Right.
And then when you're growing up, because I did grow up in Watchtower, I was in 53 years, I just never saw the color because I just never thought about it. 5 fingers, 5 toes, you bleed red, fine with me. And that was a lot of the people that I went to school with. We never thought anything bad about it until I started researching the Watchtower and saw how segregated they really were. And maybe that's why my mind went back to that white page with the black dot on it. It didn't make sense at the time. It still doesn't make sense. But that's what they were teaching us in the early 60s. That's what we were learning. And I was like, well, what is this?
They shouldn't have got that. They couldn't have got that out of the Bible account, because Ham was the or Ham was not cursed, but
No, Canaan was.
Yeah, Canaan. Yeah. Did you all ever hear the best story about why that is? No one knows for sure why Canaan was cursed, the Canaanites. But someone come up with the idea that Ham actually had relations with his mother, and that can't be
And that's
true.
what, yes, I heard this. Yes.
Yeah, and the fourth, that son, she got pregnant, and that son was Canaan.
Right.
She got pregnant. I didn't know if you all had heard that before.
Yes.
But anyway, the Watchtower, Russell was pretty strange in different ways. A Victorian man, just strange. I think there was some kind of science going on about the way that a man's or a person's head was shaped.
Yes, there was that. I forget what that's called. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. So I remember that. Rutherford, I want to mention a quick thing about Rutherford. I don't have any of his books, and I don't recall his dealings with Hitler, other than he was nice to Hitler in a letter or two. He wanted to preserve the property the Watchtower had in Germany. And I think another letter, he was kind of, I don't know, obstinate with Hitler. But he adopted replacement theology
Yes.
in place of what Russell taught. We all know that.
Yes.
Therefore, his opinion of the Jews, I'm not sure what his opinion was. I'd have to read something that he said about whether or not he was anti-Semitic. Is what I'm getting to. I just don't know. You all might know more about that than I do. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and being okay, anti-Semitic is not only being anti-Jew, it's also downplaying the Holocaust, like saying it wasn't as bad as what written history tells us it was. Kind of downplaying the story. You know, even that is anti-Semitic speech. So again, look up that word. What does anti-Semitic mean? You know, look at it, look at it in your dictionary. Okay, so Kurt, you were talking about Rutherford. So you did catch the letter. You're right. Rutherford wrote a letter to Hitler saying, you know, look, I feel the same way as you, and he was kissing up, and they call that a love. In the XJW community, they affectionately called it a love letter, and it was for the purpose of hoping that they wouldn't take the property, which does happen. So, you know, I get it for him to do that, but it also there's plenty of talks. The curse of Ham, or whatever it is. This is something that it is not only a Watchtower teaching, but has been a teaching in many different Christian communities, and it's a poor excuse, is what I have to say. But anyways, go on.
Yeah, it's caused a lot of, obviously, I don't know the entire history, but that teaching of the black race being cursed has no doubt, without me knowing the entire history, has caused a lot of suffering in the world. Sure has. Daniel, was you going to say something a minute ago?
I thought that was Brian from
Oh, that's
Canada.
Brian, yeah. Oh, okay. Brian, are you on?
Yeah, I was going to say something. Hey, Kurt, when you were just talking a minute ago, did you say were you saying about what you think Russell, was it Russell you were referring to? You didn't know what he thought about the Jews, or Rutherford?
That was Rutherford. Yeah, I know you know a lot more about that than I do. Yeah, I don't know what Rutherford. Go ahead.
Referring to Rutherford?
Rutherford. Yeah.
Well, as far as Russell went, he, in some sense or another, seemed to like the Jews. He believed in the restoration of Israel as a fulfillment of Bible prophecy. And as you said, Rutherford went over to replacement theology, the teaching that the church supplanted Israel. But I think one of the things from when I read all of Rutherford's books way back when, he did talk a lot about, like he would talk trash on big religion and on big business. In fact, he used the term big business.
I remember that.
Watchtower and in the books. And sometimes the illustrations were and he would specifically mention bankers and stuff like that, with a bit of a reference to Jewish banking. And sometimes the illustrations or the cartoons or whatever you want to call it in the books, the banker was clearly a Jew. I won't make reference to the physical characteristics that they drew into the pictures, but the point is you could tell that they were trying to imply that the bankers were Jews. And this idea is not only common with a lot of people, that the some type of Jewish cabal runs most of the banking, but in actual fact, it probably is quite true that the Jewish people have tended towards banking, being in the banking and money handling business, and to their credit, in the sense of they've made themselves very rich. You can't fault people for having a smart mind and know how to make money, handling money for other people. Now, one thing here that people don't realize, people forget this historical fact. During the early Middle Ages, there were laws in Christianity, in Catholic countries, Christian countries, against usury based on some of the passages in the Bible.
Usury?
Like usury. U-S-U-R-Y.
Like interest.
Yes, interest. Money lending for interest. Because, of course, Christ himself said, when you lend, you're to lend interest-free. So Christians were not allowed to do it. So what Christians did in order to figure out how to get banking done is they said, well, let's let the Jews do it. They're not Christians anyway, so it doesn't matter if they do it. We're not supposed to.
Talk about usury. Talk about that word usury. We're going to use them.
Well, yeah, the idea usury means to.
I know what the word means with the interest, but I'm just saying on the other end, we're going to use them. So usury, that would have been a better meaning of the word. We're going to use somebody else to do our dirty work.
You would think. I hear what you're saying.
That is true. But that is basically how Christians in the Middle Ages viewed this, that the Jews were necessary
and they didn't mind having the Jews run the banks and stuff like that. Now, it wasn't that all Christians kept their hands out of banking. That's not actually the case. But it was very common to, okay, let's just let the Jews do that. They can own the banks, and when people need to borrow money, they can borrow money. And because it's frankly a necessary thing in most societies to have some type of banking system.
Necessary evil.
I don't know if it's evil or not, but it's necessary.
Well, look at what's going on with over here with the interest rates going through the roof the way they are. We don't need it, but they're doing it anyway. It's evil.
Well, interest is great if you're collecting it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if you're the guy on the other end of the stick. But for the normal, everyday layperson, it's not a very good thing.
I also think the Jews back in the Middle Ages, they were not welcome in politics. They were in these cities, and I don't think they owned much land back at that time. The Rothschilds, I don't remember how he got his start, but of course he got his start lending money. Also, part of the Jews being into banking, I think, would have to also do that they didn't have any other work to do. Would you agree with that, Brian? Or that would that be part of it?
They were excluded from many other trades. So, for example, in the High Middle Ages, when there was all this these trade unions starting up, they're actually in fact, in those days they called them guilds. Second here, I gotta take another call. I'll come back in a few minutes.
Okay, you're taking a call. Okay, thank you. He's got to take that call. I love it when Brian starts talking about stuff because Brian knows his stuff. And I'm always intrigued because he's done a lot of reading and because he likes to. And he's a wealth of information. I just really enjoy the things he shares. This is fascinating. So what this sounds like so far, and I'll run this past Brian when he gets back, is so according to Christianity, if we lend money to another Christian, it's kind of against the rules to charge interest. And so the Jewish community could get into banking. It wasn't against their religion. And that's kind of how banking works. So it sounds like Christianity kind of just backed off away from it because it's kind of a conflict of interest for their belief system. And the Jewish community was able to function in it and function in it well. So that's what it sounds like so far from what I'm getting from Brian.
The scrupulous ones I would agree with, but the ones that were not so honest, I'm sure they were in it for the kickbacks.
Sure.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. I'll say something you all might not agree with.
Okay.
I could be wrong. In this world, the entire history of the world, if you go back from Abraham forward, I'm thinking that the physical Jews, which they are a nation today, obviously, they have interbred to some degree. but they have survived and stayed together. I think there's a lot of controversy as a what would you call a race? I don't know if you call them a race or a segment of society. I don't know what would be the correct term.
Ever since Whoopi got in trouble, I don't know what she got in trouble for. What she said wrong, I'm afraid to say. Is it race, nationality? I'm afraid. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I'm a little.
Yeah, I would go with nation also. I would go with nation. That's actually a good term. Yeah.
Nation's good, but what I'm going to say is, you all may not agree with this, but the Jews, to me, they seem like, I'm talking in general terms. I'm not talking about every soul, but the Jews seem to be, I hate to say it, I don't know if, are they more intelligent than the Gentile?
It's the way they teach their children. They don't allow them to go to public schools where you get dumbed down.
I think that's a lot of it. I think that's a lot of it.
That is an awful lot of it. They do not let their children go to public schools. They don't.
Yeah, that's very good. I think that is a lot of it. But when you look into the money, how the banking, the diamonds, all the expensive, the jewelry, New York, probably a lot of the business in New York, Wall Street, there's a lot of Jews. I think they're in the Federal Reserve, but also in Hollywood, what the Chinese haven't bought up. You know, there is no, if you pay much attention to movies, at least I have this opinion, no one can put together a movie, write the story, produce the movie like Jews can. The Coen brothers are a good example. They're not the only ones in the world can do it, but generally, I think and I'll tell you something else I looked at a long time ago, got some information on YouTube about how many Hollywood actors and actresses are Jewish. And, you know, they went for some time there back in the early 1900s where they would change their name if they had a Jewish name. But the list was incredible. I didn't know, for example, that Sylvester Stallone is a Jew. Charles Bronson is a Jew of Russian immigration, probably his grandparents. I can't remember. But there was a long list, and some of those people, actors and actresses on that list, the normal person would never think that they're Jewish. But the Jews are very talented and very smart generally. And like you said there a minute ago, a lot of it has to do with the way they raise their children. Anyway, I'll take a break. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, it's like they train them while they're growing up in a different educational way. Also, they're not like they'll push them be a doctor, be a lawyer, and that's the goal, and that's where they're going. So of course they're going to make the money. What are we pushing kids to be? Oh, be a baseball player. You know, yeah, if you can get there. But there's a lot of broken hearts that don't get there.
Yeah.
Brian is correct, but there's more to it than that.
Than education?
Than the money. The usury started with the money lending, but it was through the Middle Ages of the goldsmiths and the jewelers that had gems and gold. And some of your jewelry stores in New York City still function as banks. I think Tiffany still does. So if you look
I believe you're right on that. Take the Tiffany.
If you look at your early jewelry stores in New York, they functioned as banks because this usury notion came through the goldsmiths and the jewelers. Now, when the Knights Templars were in Venice, they're the ones that invented paper money. That's where it gets a little bit tricky. And rather than take and have a satchel full of gold when you're riding your horse, the Knights Templar said, oh, well, just write down what you have here, and we'll keep that for you, and here's a piece of paper.
Oh.
So that's how that started.
You're on the horse and easier on the, so that you didn't get robbed because your horse couldn't take off quick.
Right. So the Knights Templars had that paper money idea, and that's where everything gets devalued. Just like today, we have some people that want to have a gold coin and other people want to have the dollars. But what's coming is going to be very, very dicey because it's going to be units on your phone, which really we already have a digital system. So all of that is in the past in many ways.
It's just another form of control. That's what that is.
Yeah, that's very good.
And what I was going to mention about the Holocaust, it was worse than 6 million people. It's estimated by many historians to be 11 million, because we have to count the Roma, the Gypsy people, and also some gay people, and also anybody that didn't go along with the system over there.
And the Jehovah's Witnesses, yeah.
The story about the witnesses is
the purple triangle.
Yeah. Well, there's another story. I was doing a documentary film, and I was working in the archives with an archivist in the basement of the Holocaust Museum. And I mentioned the witnesses to him, not for the project I was working on, but maybe for a future project. And he didn't say a word to me. Usually we talked quite a bit. He had a file, and I was sitting at the table looking at the research that I had requested for the current documentary. And he comes and he drops the file on my desk. And I knew that meant, read this. He did it in a nice way, but he did it in a very quiet way.
Yeah.
And when I opened it up, it was about the witnesses. And the head of the branch in Germany was a man named Karl. He was a witness brother of some authority in Germany named Karl. And he sold his brothers, his Christian brothers, so-called, he sold about 250 of them down the river.
How so?
I guess a man in a Hugo Boss uniform showed up. They did have the best tailor, you know. And I guess these guys showed up in that good Hugo Boss wool and said, you know, you save your own skin and tell us who they are. And he sold about 250 of them down the river.
Oh, my God.
And he was somebody of authority at that branch.
He was the branch authority named Karl. I don't know his last name.
Okay.
True story. It's in the archive.
I'd like to bring up something. Apostababe.
Sure.
She knows I love her. Her program last week was Ask Me Anything. And I want to talk about, and I hope I don't make anybody mad, the world is in turmoil in different ways. In America, we have a lot of issues going on. The right versus the left is the general starting point. LBGTQ, or I don't have that synonym down. It doesn't bother me. Except when it gets into gender identification, when anybody, they or somebody else, says that we don't want to call this woman a woman. It's almost like they want a genderless society. Now that's where I have a problem with it. With whatever it is when it becomes someone wants a genderless society. Any woman should be very proud to be a woman, very happy and proud. Same thing with a man. We're all born a certain way, and then some people are born with conflict, but it doesn't change their gender. You know, a woman has a womb. She has a womb, and she should be proud to be a woman. So the idea of that is what bothers me some. I don't know how you all think about it. it doesn't keep me awake at night, but I think that's a step too far, maybe.
Well, Kurt,
Yeah,
in the law, the United States does not care who swings with who and how they swing, as long as we don't have nudist camps that aren't clearly marked. Now, I personally might want to run in my yard naked, but that's not legal for me to do so here.
Right.
So again,
Right.
in the law, they don't care who swings with who or how they swing, but you're not supposed to do it in a public park, and you're not supposed to make a big deal out of it.
Right.
There's laws for that, okay?
Yeah.
Now, medically, the undertakers know things and surgeons know things. I don't think that some of this should be pushed on children. I think they should wait a little bit. I'm not in favor of that, and if we had a private coffee, I would tell you why for 5 different people that I've known in my lifetime. Okay?
Hey, Pixie.
Hmm.
Can I say, this is Eric?
I'm not finished with my point yet, Eric.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
I had a medical
continue. I'm
point
sorry
that I was going to
Yeah, I'm
make.
so sorry. Go ahead.
I have known 5 people in my life, Kurt, who were diagnosed and birthed to be different than they were as teens. And it's not new. One of them was born in 1900. And this is something that is a private thing that undertakers and doctors know. And the general public, when they say there's 2 genders, they're living in a medical dream world. And most of us don't want to go there. We don't want to think about it. And we've not met these people. So
are you referring to hermaphrodites?
Intersex people do exist.
Yes.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes.
Are you referring to that? Okay. Okay.
And in current time, they're existing now in higher numbers. But they did exist at the turn of the century.
The days of the Greeks and Romans.
Can you let
Okay, we're talking all over each other. Sharon, I think, is asking Pixie a question. Go ahead, Sharon.
Yes. Yes. So these are the same type of people that existed back in the Romans and the Greek days, and they were revered as gods. Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
And some of these people did exist in 1900, and some of these people exist today. And for some of these people, they were thought to be one thing as children, and as they matured, they said, oh no, one says, I'm very masculine, I'm going to do all these sports. And I shed a tear the other day because this person was married 20 years to someone that wasn't me, and I cared for this person very much. And when I tried to find this person has changed to a different gender. But at birth, this person was typed as that gender. So these people do exist. But I am not for these.
You brought that up.
But wait. One more point. That being said, I think some people now are being pushed into it where the child needs to make their decisions. And I think some of these medical people are making $100,000 and hurting people. So there's 2 sides to that coin. That's all I'm going to say about that. But I've met 5 of those people in this lifetime, and that's probably more than you have met.
Well, if I can say this to you, because I was the one that was personally speaking up in the beginning, Pixie.
Thank you, Eric, for your patience.
Fox is.
I don't.
All right, Fallon Fox is a man who transitioned to a woman, and he or she, whatever the pronouns are, competed in the MMA for the women's competition, and he broke women's
I'm not for that at all.
Jawbones, and he destroyed women in the competition, and he hurt people really bad. To me, that is not transphobic. It is, you are a biological man and you're beating the shit out of a biological woman. And a lot of women are okay. Well, I'm not saying you do support it, but I'm just saying.
I had a friend.
There's a complete unbalance of it. Is all I'm saying.
This friend was given a pink blanket at birth. This friend.
So, what I'm hearing.
This friend climbed mountains. This friend was married for 20 years to a woman, and now in retirement, this friend says, well, maybe they were right when they diagnosed me at birth. Okay? So these people do exist. This person has no political axe to grind. This person was never in any rainbow parade. And then I know of another case when I was a kid where the person was typed as a boy and he didn't want to undergo what he was going to undergo. He was an Elvis fan and they made him do that in Baltimore in 1962. And I think he was miserable.
Mm.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
I identify as a tree and I should have all my limbs cut off. And I'm a 10-year-old boy. Should that happen?
No. No.
Okay, so what I'm hearing right now is we're talking.
Telling us.
Just a minute, please.
What we are and
I
what we're
need to
not.
make a distinction. What I'm hearing about is two different categories.
Oh, sorry, honey.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is two different categories. One is hermaphrodite, which is now called intersex, which is someone born with both male and female parts. Okay, and then at birth, depending on the development of which sex is more prominent, usually a doctor will decide what sex they're going to be and do a bit of surgery.
Well, usually a lot of them want to be male, but they're not well endowed.
Mm-hmm. And then,
so if they want to be male, they should just leave them alone. But right now, they're pushing that everybody that's in that category go to these special doctors, and it costs a lot of money. There's a New York Times bestseller called Trans. I recommend we all read it and then come back to this discussion.
that sounds interesting.
It's really well, yeah.
And then this is the next thing, trans.
Lay down now.
So we're talking intersex and then transgender, which is someone who sees themselves as male or female, but they were assigned an opposite sex at birth, and they call themselves transgender. So
Hello,
I just wanted to differentiate the two because two different things were being talked about.
They are. And then there's show business where we dress up any way we want.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Okay.
Bye, Pixie. Bye, Pixie. Linda?
Yes. David.
Linda.
Yes, David.
Oh, 24 hours. It's 24 hours later. I'm on the right page today.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I hope you're laughing. But,
yes, I am. How you doing?
Go back to, I went back 10 miles to the West Virginia border this morning. And I'm up here right now. And I'm having a pretty rough time in the cabin.
Oh, wow. So this is Dave. Dave is an ally. Dave is an ally and someone who keeps track of the whereabouts of Bigfoots. So,
Cool.
yeah, and his wife is a Jehovah's Witness. He has never been a Jehovah's Witness.
Oi, you poor guy.
We got, I had three other guys come with me up here, and all we've had is we were around a campfire about 3 hours ago, and started getting rocks thrown at us at the campfire. So we went into the big. This one lady has 3 big log cabins up there. When we went into the log cabin, we've been hanging out there, and the Bigfoot has come up to the cabin and started beating on the walls. And it's been a real wild night so far.
Why would a Bigfoot do that, though? What would cause them to do that?
Just being in their area.
Okay, so
because we went.
Can I ask you a question about that?
On that today.
Yeah,
Can I ask you a question?
David, this is Sharon who wants to ask you a question. Is that okay, David?
Yeah.
Would you consider them to be a North American gorilla that hasn't been discovered yet?
No.
No. These are the same creatures that the Native Americans called skunk men, right?
I never heard of it described that way.
I can't believe you people think this guy is serious. It's unbelievable. What an idiot.
Speak for yourself.
Well, ma'am, I'll put it to you this way. I've been across the United States and back several times and got paid for it. Okay?
Yeah.
And I
there's a lot of things you don't know.
I have brought up evidence of
You lie for
these
money.
things.
That's good. You lie for
Like
money.
you, right?
Your accusations are not welcome.
Nothing better to do.
Your accusations are not welcome at all.
You think Bigfoot exists? Well, you're a retard if you believe that. It doesn't exist.
Well, this is what happens. You come on here and you call people names, and it's never welcome.
Yep.
You can leave now.
Intelligence.
You don't have to believe anything.
People, listen.
You don't get to call them names.
This is what the biggest problem in America is people are in cities and local places, and they don't get out into the nature and look around in the nature and talk to people in the general areas. And
I still say, sir, you're a retard.
You know what? I've heard enough from you, and calling people names is not okay.
Please,
you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that, and it's not welcome here. You can leave now.
Michael.
You can leave now.
Her name is Michael.
It just shows the lack of intelligence that all he can do is call people names instead of holding an intelligent conversation filled with.
Can I make a tongue-in-cheek?
Hold on one second. Let me speak up here. We have a man coming. We have a man coming in here tonight. His name is Mike. He's out of Michigan. The man is always out of control. He's a bad person. He's an alcoholic to some degree. He gets drinking on Saturday night. He has nothing better to do than come in here and cause problems. I try to ban him on the 6 screens. He's not welcome here anymore. This man is nothing but a troublemaker. He does not understand what we try to do here. We give everyone a voice on the 6 screens. This man, Mike, is nothing more than a bigoted nutcase, and I'm sick of him. I really, really am. He's just driving me nuts and everybody else nuts. We do not want this man associated with the 6 screens. I just wish he would disappear. It's not a good thing to have a person like this. He has hatred in his bones. This man does not in any way listen to the other side of the story. He doesn't have to agree with it, but he can gracefully disagree if he likes. He cannot do that. He's a bad person. He's banned from the 6 screens. We do not want this man with us any longer. He's a complete bigoted nutcase. Period.
Thank you, Rick.
Hey, David. David.
Glad you're back, David.
Are you in the eastern part of the state tonight?
I'm on the Virginia side of your state. I'm 10 miles away from the state line.
Okay.
So I'm on the Appalachian Trail right now.
Okay. Yeah, I just wondered if you'd crossed over into West Virginia or not, but I know pretty much where you are. Anyway,
I've been in
out there.
Kurt. I've been in Pocahontas County. I've been in Charleston County. I've been in a couple other counties there. I've been called the the last 4 years to come up there, and I've done some other things up there too.
Yeah.
For people.
Yeah, you ought to stop by and see me sometime. Yeah, be careful. But, like I said, you get close enough, you ought to stop by and see me. Anyway, be careful out there.
Yeah, we will. But I'll let
So,
you go.
David, hey, David.
Sorry, I interrupted your show.
Hey,
I
David.
will let you go.
Glad
David?
you called in. Glad you called in.
I'm glad you called in too, David. And Brian wants to ask you something.
Hello, David.
Yeah.
Hi, David. This is Brian. So I'll tell you up front. I don't think that there are Bigfoot in North America. There may be, but I think I don't think it is true myself. But I do believe that there are some creatures out there that have not yet been identified. By that I mean land creatures. There's probably quite a few in the ocean. But I want to ask you: do you believe or know of any other types of? This study is called cryptozoology, and the idea that there are oddball, strange creatures that we don't know of yet. Do you believe in any other type of creature that's out there?
Well,
and the general science has not recognized it yet. Besides Bigfoot, are there any others that you think are out there and believe in?
I was asked to go to Page County in Virginia. And when I was up there, I was asked to come up there, and I went up to the guy's house, and he owns a big dairy farm up there. And he told me the cows are been passing away the last 6 months, and 2 or 3 of them would disappear every month, and we couldn't figure out where to go or how to track this thing. And what happened was I put up 30 trail cameras on his property, and we got a picture of a creature that I didn't know what it was, but we got the picture of it. I was told what it was, but I didn't believe in it. But I know it's very dangerous. Yeah, it's amazing how big this creature was and how powerful it was. So there's other things out there.
Okay, did you see the picture? Okay, hang on. So did you see this picture?
Yeah, I have the picture.
Okay.
So
what does it look like? Is it like something that is on 4 feet or 6 feet? 2 feet or what? What is it?
4 feet, and it looks like a wolf's head, and it stands about 6 to 7 feet tall.
What kind of head did you say?
It's like a wolf's head.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So it looks like a giant dog, giant wolf dog?
Something like that, you could say. But
okay.
I have seen where it took me 5 days to...
Would you send me the picture?
No, I will not.
Why?
Because all my information I keep private to the clients that I have.
Why?
Because I don't want to make a public problem for people in the general area.
What kind of problem? What kind of problem would that cause? For me, 3,000 miles away to see a zoologic creature.
No, I don't. Well, I don't.
Okay, well, okay. All I've got to say is that, like, you got to admit that, like, whenever I have people tell me about something and then they say they won't produce the proof, what's a guy supposed to say? Right? Like, I mean, if you
believe me or not, but I've been doing this for
exactly. So I have a crypto zoo story as well, and I actually don't expect anybody to believe me. I'm going to tell it right now. Some people are going to say Brian's crazy, but I'll tell it because I'm going to die soon because I'm really old, and so I don't give a damn what people think about me. But one time in British Columbia, when I was a teenager, and these creatures are rumored to live in some of the valleys of British Columbia and probably Washington State, because of course wildlife don't care about an international border. When I was a teenager, I saw giant ravens. One time when I was in the forest in central British Columbia, these ravens stood about 3 feet tall when they were just standing there. So if you can picture a bird that big, I saw them with my own eyes. If you go on the internet, you'll find there are a few odd people who say that they have also seen them. So I'm not, and I can't, of course, I can't produce any proof either. I saw them myself. They seem to be very rare. And so I'm not saying for sure that there's no Bigfoot, but when I hear people tell me that they've seen it and they've got pictures, like, I really want to see that stuff. I would like to know. Like my sister, for example, like she just says, well, too bad, they're there. I know they're there, but she doesn't produce the pictures either. So that's all I'm saying is, it'd be nice if you, especially when you say you've got them on camera and everything, it just doesn't, to the rest of us, I'm just saying, it doesn't make any sense. Why don't you send the pictures into Rick and have him, he can put them on his website.
Because I have clients that I have asked them to put them on my website and everything else, and when they say no, they want to keep their stuff quiet, and I have to obey to their things because I have a policy. I write up a little contract saying if I have pictures or anything, can I use these pictures or can I not use these pictures?
And every one of them says no. Every guy said no.
A lot of the clients had said no.
Okay, when you say a lot, does that mean that some said okay?
Only one has said okay.
Okay. So
I have about 80.
Can you send his pictures? Like, if you found, I mean, I don't know why they would say no. Maybe they just don't want people to think they're crazy. But, well, anyway, okay. I've labored the point enough. You get what I'm saying. But again, I'm just telling you. I think, or I don't think, I know what I saw, and most people that I tell this to, and I don't say it very often, they think, Brian's crazy. Maybe that was when he was a teenager. He was smoking too much pot or something. But anyway, I saw these giant crows or ravens.
I was just going to say, I thought you called them ravens. Yeah.
Scared the shit out of me.
Wow. Wow. Well, you had.
Okay, Linda, I will let you go. I'm gonna go back outside for another hour or two.
Okie dokie.
Be careful, Dave.
Take care of that cough.
So yeah, I'll always be careful. I always have something to protect myself with.
Yeah, I believe.
Thanks for calling in, Dave. Thank you for. I'm sorry. What?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Larry.
Okay. Hey, how's it going?
Good. Thank you.
I would like to say something. Good. I would like to say something about what Kurt was talking about, and I hear where he's coming from. Now, what Pixie brought up is maybe not unusual, but it's not the normal. Now, you can't tell me that all these people that are talking about changing their sex, you cannot tell me that all of those are morphodites. So I know morphodites exist in nature, animals and humans. I know it exists, and maybe it's becoming more and more as time goes on due to the medical field playing games with genetics and medicines that have effects on bodies. That being said, I think what Kurt is saying or was saying about trying to be a non-gender, now I get his point, and I tend to agree with his point that if a woman wants to be with another woman, that's one thing. But when a woman wants to say, I'm not a woman, I'm really a man. Now, if they are a true morphodite, that's understandable. But if they just feel masculine or they want to be masculine, that's different. They're still, if they were born with the genitals of a woman, she's still a woman. And if a man's born with the genitals of a man, he's still a man. Now, if a woman or a man wants to make his nose look like a pig, that doesn't make him a pig. If a man, and I've seen these guys put these tattoos and piercings and make their face look hideous, and they try, for instance, there's one guy tried to make himself look like a cat. Well, that didn't make him a cat. Even if he wants to put whiskers, like cat whiskers on his face, and put the eyes slanted like a cat, and whatever he or she wants to do, that still doesn't make him a cat. So I understand what Kurt was saying, and I agree with what he's saying. People should be proud of what they are, whether or not they like the same sex or not. They're still what they are.
Hello, Larry.
Hey, Kurt.
I'm glad you're on here. Very good comment. I have got to tell this story. It's a little bit related. Someone told me 3 or 4 days ago. I don't know where in the States that it was. I don't know. But in the bathrooms. Let me correct myself. Girls and boys somewhere that they being the schools were instructed to put down cat litter boxes in the bathrooms because some of the students identified as cats. Now, that's what I was told. I haven't seen that on a news report myself. I don't know, but that's what I was told. If that's true, then that is really, really crazy. But you made a good comment there a minute ago. I appreciate that. I heard every word of that. But can you just imagine if it's true, this is off color. It's not really directly tied to what our topic is, but it just came to my mind 3 or 4 days ago. I was told this, that imagine walking in as a kid to the boys' bathroom at school and knowing that somewhere in the school there may be a boy that identifies as a cat and he will use the cat litter box instead of the toilet. Hard to imagine. That don't make any sense, does it? I mean, that's so outrageous that it's hard for me to... Go ahead.
Kurt. That is a little bit of a new one. I hadn't heard that one yet, but given the reasoning that is given for this movement, this idea, it's not surprising. And we'll probably hear about all kinds of other outrageous things because this idea of relativism that, you know, it's a form of relativism, and so you say something and therefore, you know, you are that. All of that, we've seen it, and it's going to go from bad to worse. It probably will play itself out in another 8 or 10 years because it is all nonsense, and eventually people tire of nonsense and they'll get a little bit. But there could be a lot of psychological damage being done to these children. So who knows? It may create all kinds of problems when they get a little bit older. I mean, we look at what the sexual revolution and the pornographic revolution has done since the 1950s. We now have a society that's absolutely full of, you know, these people that are abducting children and doing weird stuff to children, and all kinds of what I call strange xenosexuality, strange sexual behavior that was unheard of and unthought of a half a century ago. But porn has done that. There are millions of men in the world who are addicted to pornography, something that didn't happen really before porn was introduced. And it has created a lot of problems. A lot of guys don't know how to relate properly to women and so on and so forth, partially because of the pornographic revolution. But I did want to get back to this idea of what happens with people who want to have sex changes. The hermaphrodite phenomena is not the same thing as people who want to try and change their sex. A hermaphrodite, as you know, they have, because of a mistake when the embryo is being created, this mistake happens, and the instance of true hermaphrodites, that is somebody who absolutely have, like a person comes out of the womb and they've got a vagina, they've got ovaries, and they've got testicles as well. That is very, very, very rare. Like there's only supposedly under 1,000 of those people in the world today out of billions. So it's very, very, very rare. There are other genetic mistakes that happen in womb, in utero, that different deformities and wacko things that happen. The phenomena of people who are saying, I want to become another sex, that is something that happens in the head. It doesn't happen in the body. If you are male and you are XY chromosome, every cell in your body is male, and it doesn't matter if you cut your balls off and cut your penis off, you are still a male. Doesn't matter how many hormones you take, how much estrogen you pump in so that your boobs start to grow. And it doesn't matter all, like Larry was just saying, it doesn't matter all of the slicing and dicing that you do under a knife. It doesn't change the chromosomal nature of every cell in your body. Same for women who are trying to do the opposite. Every cell is still a woman, a female cell in that body. But the hermaphrodites they're an exception to this. The rest of the billions and billions and billions and billions of us that have our proper chromosomes, we don't have that mistake, or maybe the right word isn't a mistake, but whatever the word is, they are an exception, a tiny, tiny exception. And they're not these people who somehow in their mind, they can't either, for whatever reason, and right now I'm not even judging them, I'm just saying it's something in their head that has happened, that they cannot identify with their proper gender, the gender that they actually are in every single cell in their body. They are a male and they want to become a female. Something has happened in their life, in their head, in their experiences that has caused this. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say on that particular subject.
I hear you. That's a good explanation. I don't know much about this topic, but I heard every word of that. Larry had a good comment earlier, and then Pixie done a good job explaining it. I think from Pixie's explanation, it's been expanded quite a bit. Yeah, I kind of comment on it because it's stuff like that's on the news quite a bit on YouTube when I watch news.
Like here's just another thing that kind of relates to all of our backgrounds as witnesses. Most of us who have left the witnesses would now agree that the teaching on blood transfusions was a mistake, and particularly a mistake with regard to children. And the thing that I find utterly amazing is the people who have taken up this cause. That it's stunning to me that there are grown adults who are advocating for early intervention chemically and physical castration and things of that nature, and puberty blockers and all of that for children, and do this highly invasive type of interference with the natural process. And yet I'm sure that person, if you if you approached them beforehand and said to them, boy, what do you think about the Jehovah's Witnesses interfering with a medical procedure, not letting their kid get a blood transfusion that could affect them? I'm sure they would object to that type of really a crime against a child. Like I've always said with witnesses, and I thought this even when I was a witness, I kind of kept it to myself. I definitely had said to myself when I was walking around being a witness, trying to be a good witness, I thought about this dilemma that you could find yourself in as a parent. And I thought about what would happen if one of my children got into some car accident and the doctor was there saying, look, we need to give this child a blood transfusion now, or in under 10 minutes, this child will be dead. What I would do. And I had made the decision ahead of time that I would allow the child to have a blood transfusion. In fact, I would likely insist on it. But my point being that it's very, very strange that that there somehow this delirium, this madness for this. The human race has been around for 10,000 years now, or so, at least, as we know it, at least human society. And now, all of a sudden, we have to start, chopping people up and kids up to make them, try and change their sex. We don't need this. And it's some madness that has overtaken the society right now.
That's why I was encouraging people to educate themselves a bit more than what they believe they already know. You are very intelligent. I know that when you sit down and look at something, you do research. I'm making a point of not trying to teach people tonight and be like, 70% of transgenders are attracted to the same race. I mean, the same gender that they were attracted to when they were the previous sex. Like I'm not trying to do this educating thing tonight.
Let me ask you, Linda, about this whole phenomenon. I'm curious how you view all of this. Why do you think that this has happened? Like, this wasn't going on in the 1950s. It wasn't going on in the 1850s. In fact, it wasn't going on in the 1970s and 80s. What's happened? Why is this this swept the nation? Why? What do you think? Why has this all of a sudden happened?
I believe it's being presented in a way that's way more negatively than it needs to be. So I believe with such a negative tilt to it, it makes the transgender community very convenient to criticize and be talked about. I mean, 20 years ago, the gays were responsible for the earthquake that happened wherever, right? I mean, it's like
gays were responsible for which?
Earthquakes that happened. That was the talk.
Oh, God is mad, so he gave an earthquake. Oh, that in that sense. Okay. I guess that's what you're saying. Well, but anyway, that wasn't what my question was. I'm just wondering, this is obviously a new thing in the last decade or so, less than a decade, since this business of somehow lots of kids deciding that they're gay. Like, I can remember being a teen.
Okay, I have to interrupt you. I know I said I wasn't going to do educating, but people don't decide to be gay, and that's a miss. That's really a, like, when did you decide to be straight? You know, like, was there a day that you decided that? As,
Dysphoria.
I'm sorry, what?
Who's to go and pursue that route.
That route, meaning which route? Which route?
Well, let me put it to you this way. Here's how I know that people choose, because I did. When I was a teenager, as I was entering puberty, and in the culture that I grew up in, playing hockey, hanging out with guys, you were expected to use your fists to get through life. And I got in lots of fights when I was even preteen and into my teenage years. I did not enjoy it, though. And particularly after I started into puberty, or I can testify it that this is an absolute fact, that I had, for a period of a few months, I used to fantasize about, God, wouldn't it be nice just to be a girl? And then I wouldn't have to go through all this pressure to perform as a guy.
Yeah.
And always be tough, always be mean, always be ready to kick the shit out of somebody or get the shit kicked out of me. So that was a bit, I was struggling with, at that age, how do I deal with this part of growing into young manhood?
Yeah.
And it was difficult. And I could see somebody that maybe didn't have some of the upbringing that I had or whatever it was, starting to pursue this other idea.
Okay, so a few minutes ago, you
in other words, what I'm getting at is the idea that a boy becoming a gay man or a girl becoming a lesbian, I would say that there's got to be some part of the equation which is learned, because that's the very argument that some gay people have made, and some people who are trying to talk about a genderless society, they say that we condition little boys and girls to be little boys and girls, and they wouldn't be so feminine and or so masculine if we didn't push them into boy activities and girl activities. So that means that some of it, even in the minds of the people who believe in that being gay is okay, and that it's just a natural phenomenon, they agree that how we are reared, that nurture does have something to do with how you express yourself, how you express your gender. And I'm just saying you can't have it both ways. You can't, on one hand, say that there's not, that nurture has nothing to do with it, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not gay, so I can't speak to the experience particularly. I can only, talk about what I see going on around me, and I have talked to some people who, like, I had when I was a pioneer in a JW pioneer, I had I got to know a guy in the field service who was he was a Pentecostal guy that went to a Pentecostal church, and we got to be really, really good friends. He's a really, really interesting guy, and had lots of similar interests in the Bible and in collecting Bibles and doing stuff like that. He's a really neat guy. This guy claimed, now, I mean, obviously I can't prove it, but I mean, his testimony is as valid as anybody else's. He claimed that up until he received Christ and joined, and got religion and got into a good Bible believing church and everything, that he was gay, and that he was, in his words, these are his words, I was healed of it. I changed and became heterosexual. Now, I have to admit, I haven't seen this guy in a lot of years. Maybe he went back. I don't know. But I'm just saying that was his testimony at the time. He said that under the influence of Christianity, now, whether that was they prayed over him or he prayed or he just, whatever, but he said he dropped all of his gayness like a rock, married a pretty girl, and at the time he had more kids than me. And he said all of his homosexual desires went away completely, and he hadn't had any of them for whatever number of years. So anyway, my point being that, there's a lot of sides to this story, man. It's not just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and what I hear when I hear people speak about choosing to be gay, what it's really saying is, if you chose to be gay, then you can choose to be straight. So straighten up. Do what's right.
I say something?
You see what I'm saying? That's
okay?
that whole thing with choice. Hi. Yes, you're next.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Brad.
Hi, Brad.
I'm not claiming to know anything about being gay or straight, and I'm not arguing with anyone. Just I definitely did not choose to be straight. I had an opportunity. I've had many opportunities throughout my life to pursue either or sexualities, and at some point during my teenage years, like a lot of guys and girls do, they get the feeling maybe I should be a girl or maybe I'm gay, that kind of thing. So me being a logical person, I pursue everything that my mind, or wanted to pursue everything that my mind wanted to pursue. But I understand why some people think it's a choice, but
sure.
I cannot think that that's the case, because at some stage, to be blunt, I saw what a guy had and I went, that's not for me. And I saw what a girl had and I was like, well, I like those things. So I like both of those things, and nothing was a conscious decision. It didn't feel like it anyway. And another point that I had was that I've known people that have been raised or Christians that were gay, or were, because they've successfully traded away or dumped it all, and they spoke to me like, oh no, God was the answer. I definitely don't feel that way anymore. And I'm not saying that your friend was saying this either. This is just my own personal experience. And they've had kids, they've gotten married, and now, because it's a lot more accepted by society, they are gay again.
Yeah.
And I'm not 100%.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not 100% sure why you would. I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything, because I'm just as confused about it. But I'm not sure at one stage why you would go, I choose to be gay, which I know, according to my beliefs, is wrong. So I'm going to now choose to not be that for God. And then now that it's more accepting, even by certain religions, then they go back. They go, okay, I'm going to choose to be gay again. But now they're much happier than they were. That's the issue that I have. Is they're a lot happier with that decision now than they were when they made the other decision. So I don't know. I'm just as confused.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy thing. Yeah, you're right, Brad. This whole thing is very, very confusing.
a lot of what you said was poignant to me, because I grew up kind of similar, as in my older brothers were fighters and I was never a fighter. I've always tried to avoid that. I don't like fighting or getting into fights. I've never felt, and when you're like that and you're the youngest in a family, sometimes they can call you gay and they make you feel that way.
Yeah,
but
I only liked it when I
get
was
what you
on
mean.
top.
That
I didn't like it when I was on the bottom, if you know what I mean. I'm talking about. I'm talking about fighting here. By the way,
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. And I just when growing up, I never felt like a boy's boy, you know, or I didn't feel like I was going to grow up to be a man's man. I was always going to be a part of me that goes, you know what, that guy is extremely attractive. I can totally see that, but I prefer girls, obviously, because that's what I'm into. You know what I mean? Like, I grew up with that same kind of confusion, but at some stage, I didn't make any decision. It just sorted itself out. You like boobs, Brad? Yes, I do. Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing is, probably some people definitely have no problem. Like, it's just the natural chain of events is you are attracted to the opposite sex. It's kind of like the nature of things, is that's normally what would happen.
It's
but so you're right in that sense. It wasn't really a choice. It happened naturally to be attracted to the opposite sex, because that's kind of the way the universe is designed. Like in nature, that's what we see. I wonder if I got the right words. What the stamen on a flower doesn't start rubbing against other stamen. It goes for the, you know what I mean, the pollen from the male part of the plant. It's not trying to get with another part of the male plant. It's trying to, same with, you know,
reproduction.
Male grizzly bears don't, they're not looking for other males. They're looking for the females, et cetera.
Reproduction.
Now, I have seen some homosexual behavior in cattle. And if people, this is a bit gross, but I'll to illustrate a point, I will talk about it. So, when I was in one of my early careers was I did excavation, trenching, and installing pipes underground. One of the jobs that I had to do we used to do was where there are feedlots where farmers bring their cows to what's called a feedlot, at least in this part of the world, to finish them off, fatten them up for the slaughterhouse, basically. So, and there's these giant feedlots around here. And one of my jobs was when a farmer or feedlot was extending new corrals, I would put the new water lines in for the new corrals, so they could have fountains there for the animals to drink from, and so on. So I spent a lot of time on these farms, and they would have a lot of the time there'd be a whole bunch of male cows in the same pen, like maybe 50 or 60 of them all in the same corral. And they would get horny, and finally they couldn't take it. Then they would mount other males. And and so the point being that they were forced into this unnatural place where, and I mean, you know, the fact of the matter is, this same phenomena, at least it's similar in some senses. This happens in jails.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Men go in presumably with no gay interest, but they're so, you know, they're 20 and 30 and 40 years old, and they're hornier than hell and producing all kinds of sexual fluids that need to come out, and they end up doing gay stuff in prisons. I assume. I mean, I when I picture myself, if I ever had to go to jail, I don't think I would start loving on men. But I suppose there's lots of guys who have ended up in jails who thought that they wouldn't, because that's a really horrific, unnatural thing to be locked up with, locked up at all, and particularly locked up. It'd be terrible to be locked up with a whole bunch of criminals and shit. So I don't know. The whole thing's pretty. There's a lot of weird parts to it, but. Anyway, that's...
I wondered about prison. We've all heard in the military, I don't know about today, but I've heard, in the past, the military used some kind of pill that they would give those men and to keep their sexual drive down. I don't know really anything about it, actually, but I've just heard that.
You know what? Hey, Kurt, you know what? Something really interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. I watched a video here probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was something on YouTube, and what it was about during the First World War, I don't think it talked about on the German side, but on the Allied side, the British armies, Britain, France, and Canada allowed the men to go to the brothels, and lots of brothels would spring up around just behind the fighting lines and in the towns and stuff. And British and Canadian and French soldiers were allowed to frequent them. They tried to teach the guys how to make sure that they didn't get a venereal disease. But it was against regulations for American soldiers in the First World War to engage in any sexual activity in the brothels on the front in the battle for France. And there was there's quite a bit of stuff in that video. It's pretty interesting just how the military brass, how they because it's a problem, really is a problem. Like, for example, here in this city where I live, when it was founded, back 150 years ago, when this town just started out, it was a coal mining town, and the ratio of of men to women was so many more men came out to work in the mines, and the only women around really were the women and daughters of men that were married who had come with their husband, and in most cases those were sort of the more proper, like the bankers and merchants and stuff like that. So what they ended up doing was, and this building still exists in downtown Lethbridge. I used to go, it in the 1970s, it was a rooming house for men only, and kind of guys who were kind of down and out and stuff were living in these one-room bachelor apartments. And I used, when I was a pioneer, I used to go preaching in there. It was a pretty strange experience. But that building in the 1890s up to about 1930 was a brothel, a big brothel. And it served in the minds of the people of the time, and you got to think about it, these were people who were way more conservative on sexual issues than we are today. But the leading men of the community at the time decided, yeah, we better have a red light district. So that all these young guys that they've come from all over the world to mine here, work in these mines, so they're not, they've got a way to blow off steam, and they're not harassing our wives and our daughters.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know,
I hear you. Okay, Apostababe, did you want to say something? If not, I've got a question that's unrelated to what we're talking about. Did you want to speak up and say anything?
I just wanted to say that I didn't come out until I was 41 because I believed that it was against God. So I chose to be straight. And, you know, that's why I came out late in life, because I didn't think it was okay with God. So it took me, you know, all that time of knowing I was something else. It didn't work well for me. So I'm just saying that. That's all.
I hear you. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You know, I think the world of you, but I've got to ask you this question. When you were married before, this guy was mean to you. He didn't show you a lot of love, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, I just wondered if that had anything to do with it at all. You know the answer to that. I don't know the answer. I just wonder, I have to think.
Sure.
It would be natural to think that when you got married, that you were probably pretty young, and if that man would have been what he should have been, I just wonder, you know?
Mm-hmm. I do hear what you're saying. I do hear the implication, and it's an understandable implication. So.
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
Yeah, we really, really like you, and we don't want to be say anything that is unkind in any way or make you feel bad, just so you know.
Thank you, Brian.
Really like you. We really like you.
Oh, we love Apostababe.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And that's a really logical question to ask too. And I've really pondered this. I've asked myself, could that have anything to do with that? And what I've come to find is, I think I was attracted to a toxic narcissist because I grew up in a culture of toxic narcissists. So it was like home to me. And then the way I had been trained to be subservient, to be the helper, to the man makes the final choice. I'm there to help him and always put myself on the back burner. And I was trained to do the dance that actually encouraged me to be a victim. I was trained to be a victim. And that's actually called learned helplessness. This there's a special on Prime Video called Sunny Happy People. It's about the Duggars. And it's a 4-part series. And when I was done with the first 2, I had to turn it off because I was pissed. Because today I can see, under the realm of Christianity and under the realm of, the kind of culture I was raised in, I could just see how the women are trained that when a man comes and asks them to date them, they don't choose for themselves and decide, would this be a good person for them? No, they've been trained to believe that the man that comes to them will be the man that God has chosen for them. Stuff like that, So I want to encourage people to watch on Prime Video, Prime Sunny Happy People, and just see how many techniques and tactics that you can recognize from the culture that you were involved in. But I have asked myself that question. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Sure.
We love you.
Thank you. I love you guys too.
Just like you are.
Thank you.
You are.
I appreciate that.
Well, I wanted to ask a question that really don't have anything to do with what we've been talking about.
I'm good with that. Because
Yeah,
I don't bring this up much, but this whole flyers and the KKK and anti-Semitism, and I just had to. But please ask. Go ahead and ask what you wanted to.
It just it's something scripture here that I've been wondering about quite some time. Different times I'll think about it. In John 7, it just take a minute here. On the last day, the great day of the festival, Jesus stood up and he called out, "If anyone is thirsty, let him come to me and drink. Whoever puts faith in me, just as the scripture has said, from deep within him, streams of living water will flow." However, he said this concerning the Spirit, which those who put faith in him were about to receive. So, for example, this Spirit of God in a person would flow out in streams. And anyone that put faith in Christ would receive this Spirit. So in my world, I'm trying to figure out how to make sense of that. For example, myself, I don't think that I can claim that. Just being honest. And I don't know, secondly, I don't know if I've ever met someone that I can say, in my opinion, that they have streams of living water coming out of them. The Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit. So, anyway, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I'm just wondering, maybe someone out there would know a lot better than I would know, how this scripture would be applied. Anybody got any ideas on it? I know it's kind of off the cuff. It's something I thought about for a long time. The woman at the well in John 4, he told her somewhat the same.
Yeah.
The water he, you know the story. The water he would give her would result in everlasting life. Similar there in John 4. So, I don't know. Maybe you all have a good explanation for them. Maybe you all need to think about it. Just something I haven't figured out yet. I thought I'd just bring that up.
Does anybody have any? Go ahead.
Linda?
Yeah. Yes.
I have an idea for Kurt. It just came to my mind. I don't know if it's the correct understanding, but I'm thinking, the water, this water, the spiritual water would flow, and I'm thinking of the fruits of the Spirit in Galatians 5:19. Love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, mildness, faith, and self-control. And those are all fruits of the Spirit. So they would become bubbling forth once a person receives God's Spirit.
Susan, I have to say that's a good answer.
Well, that's
I mean,
just off the top of my head.
that's a good answer. Why
And
didn't I
thank you,
think
Kurt.
about that? Why didn't I think about that? I'm satisfied with that answer.
Okay.
And there may be more. There may be more to the explanation, but that would be, that answer would really be enough.
Aren't those called fruitage of the Spirit? Those characteristics?
Right. There's the fruitage of the Spirit, and then the works of the flesh. In Galatians chapter 5, it starts in verse 19, and it talks about, you know, the bad things and the good things, and the good would be the fruits of the Spirit.
Okay.
Hey, Susan, sorry, Apostababe, go ahead.
No, I was just asking her if that was the title used for that terminology that came to her mind.
Okay.
Well, the scripture starts, the fruits of the Spirit are, so they call them the fruitages of the Spirit.
Assuming it would be Holy Spirit, right?
Right.
It reminds me of a sort of a off-center question. Susan, you might remember, or somebody else out there, I haven't read Watchtower stuff in a long time. It's been 8 or 10 years probably. I got all my stuff boxed up in the attic. I don't get the Watchtower anymore for a long time. Do you remember in the Watchtower, for example, I guess would be the main place to look, did the writers of the Watchtower ever say that the other sheep received the Holy Spirit, or is it just for the anointed?
I think it was just the anointed. You could check with Rick on that. He's more accurate, but no, I don't think so, which is incorrect.
I'm in agreement. I don't remember, but I may have missed something. I don't remember them ever making any, I don't know, at least any plain statements that the other sheep would receive or could receive the Holy Spirit. I think we might be right about that, but like I say, I may have missed a Watchtower article or something on it. Yeah.
Well, I remember one of the most stupid things I heard them give in a talk. They said that only 2 scriptures in the New Testament were for the other sheep. All the rest of the scriptures were for the 144,000. And I thought to myself, what am I doing reading all these scriptures? They're not for me.
Right?
Give me a minute.
Oh, I know. Yeah. The being born again, what's the verse in Titus? The regeneration, the bath of the regeneration. All this comes under the doctrine of salvation. It gets fairly complicated, but of course, in the churches, and they may be right, in the churches they apply all of this to any believer. Of course, the Calvinists are more strict on that. You get into Calvinism and Arminianism, but the general idea is that all believers are a new creation, and the body of Christ, the bride of Christ, and all of that, they're justified, sanctified, and will be glorified. In the the King James reading and the reading of most other, the New World Translation. Of course, we all know they don't use the term word justified. They use declared righteous, and so on. They don't use the word saint, but holy one. That kind of language. But yes.
Well, they're always trying to separate people into 2 groups. and there were the worthy ones, and then we were like the unworthy ones, and they did whatever they could, switch the scriptures around, try and prove that there were two groups, but it really meant Jews and Gentiles. It didn't mean anointed and other sheep, but they were always messing that up.
Yeah, and primarily in Revelation 7, where there's a great, the King James says great multitude, the great crowd, they insist that they will be an earthly group that will come through the Great Tribulation. And
it couldn't be an earthly group. It couldn't be an earthly group because the great crowd is standing underneath the throne of God, and the throne of God's in heaven. So it can't be both. It can't be at the throne of God and on earth at the same time.
Yeah, that word, what is it, naos or something, where it's the sanctuary, the heavenly temple. I know Russell argued that this great multitude was a secondary heavenly class, and the 144,000 were the primary rulers with Christ. And then
Russell taught that? Russell taught that?
Yeah, Russell taught that the great multitude in Revelation 7 was a secondary heavenly class. They were around the throne, not in the throne, as the King James reads of the 144,000, Revelation 14. So, yes, there were two heavenly groups, and then there would be two more groups in the kingdom. The ancient worthies would be three, and number four would be mankind, a general resurrection of all men. The ransom would cover the resurrection of all men. But the description there of the great crowd or great multitude is very, I went through that fine-tooth comb years ago. There is a good argument that it's an earthly class, but I could go either way. Now, for example, in the separation of the sheep and goats, in Matthew 25, the sheep and goats are before the throne. Well, are the sheep and goats on the earth during the millennial kingdom, and they're also before the throne? Or are the sheep and goats separated in heaven after their death or something? Very interesting. The way Matthew 24 and 25 is tied together with the end of the age, it looks like in Matthew 25 it's the start of the millennial kingdom on earth for several reasons. And so I would argue that the sheep and goat separation takes place on earth in the millennial kingdom, but not everybody sees it that way. Yeah. Anyway, I can get pretty preachy. But back to the original thing, Susan, that was a very, very good answer. I don't know why my I'm pretty slow anymore. I guess I always have been. But I should have thought about that. That would be the stream of living water that other people could see if they paid attention to someone that had the Holy Spirit. Either a full measure, as Christ had, or even a part measure of the Holy Spirit would be the fruits of the Spirit. And the born again thing with Nicodemus, the way it's worded, it looks like that someone that was born again, even here in the flesh, it would be a process, and other people could see the results of someone that's born again, the new creation. I think it's maybe in verse 8 of John 3. And I know I had a big discussion with somebody one time about that. The born again being a process of sanctification. And that in the end, they would actually literally be born again as divine, of divine nature, Peter calls it. So in the end of this process, this new creation would start in the flesh, and it would result in being literally born again as a spirit being. I think is what Christ was telling Nicodemus, the kingdom of the heavens. All right, I'm done preaching tonight. Apostababe, did you want to bring something else up? You got something in mind or what?
I just wanted to share that before Jesus rose, after, during his time on the earth, and then he showed himself to the different apostles and stuff. There was a time when he was going to rise into the heavens, and he was telling them, listen, I need to go so that I can send you the helper. And the helper will remind you of scripture and this, that, and the other. And he was talking about the Holy Spirit. And he also said, I would be with you till the end of the age. So even though he was physically, flesh and bone, not necessarily with blood, but flesh and bone, entering heaven, it was something he had to do to send the Holy Spirit, which showed up at Acts 2, right? Day of Pentecost, right? So for him to be gone, yet to say he's with you, is pretty interesting.
Yeah, actually, the apostles there in John, one of the later chapters in John, after his resurrection, he breathed upon the apostles and told them to receive Holy Spirit. So they went on to Pentecost. He was here for 40 days. So sometime after he left, of course, they went to Jerusalem for the Pentecost celebration. And the 120 received the Holy Spirit. I guess the apostles were amongst them. And when that Holy Spirit was poured out, of course, they began to speak in tongues, and Peter got up and gave his testimony there in Acts chapter 2. But yeah, the point I was making is the apostles, even at the Lord's evening meal, he made a covenant with them for a kingdom. We all know that. So I don't know if they had received the Holy Spirit yet, but at least they received it before they went to the Pentecost celebration. I forgot what chapter it's in there in John. It's after he was resurrected. Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't recall that. That's fascinating.
Yeah. I'd have to look for it. I don't know what chapter it's in, but I know you all read it. Everybody's read it. But anyway, I didn't want to get us detoured on a big Bible thing here. I don't know. You might have some other stuff you want to talk about, or anybody else, whatever. I'll shut up for a while.
Is there another subject that someone wants to bring up? I would be just fine with that.
I wanted to ask you something, Linda.
Sure.
Okay. When we do our conference call, and you go on, I'm not looking at the video right now, but is that Facebook or is that Yahoo or is it a combination?
When we do the conference call, don't.
When Rick gives us the link, is that Facebook or Yahoo?
Okay, the link to go into the suite and chat?
Yeah.
And you can hear the program?
We do our, yeah.
I don't know if I don't think it's either of the ones you've mentioned. It could be, but I don't know.
Okay.
When I go into StreamYard, which is what I'm on right now, that when you open it up, it is suggested you go to Chrome. And so when I open it up, I go to the top and push those little three dots, and usually a drop-down menu shows up and it'll say Chrome, and I take it to Chrome because this particular thing does work best on Chrome.
Okay. Well, I don't have that. So the reason why I'm asking, because some of my friends in Philippines, I told them about I'm being interviewed tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern. And so I wanted that they have a chance to see or listen live. So I was wondering, how can I get them to hear it or watch it from the internet?
Through the conference call, conferencecall.com.
Well, the conference call is a phone, but I'm talking about the video from internet. So they cannot call in, but they have internet, so they can watch the live stream, whatever that is.
I noticed that Brad is in Australia, and he ends up getting in the chat under YouTube. So it makes me wonder if they could too. Yeah.
There has to be some kind of address that they open. Whatever they use to open it, Rick Farron has to have an address to go to. So I was just wondering what that address is.
Okay.
I know that if we are on Facebook, he sends us a link and we can open it, but not everybody is a friend or linked to that, so they don't get that invitation.
I see what you're saying, yeah. If they are a YouTube watcher.
So anyway, tomorrow morning on Sunday, Anne Marie is going to be interviewing me, so I don't know what she's going to ask me, but I was intending to tell my whole JW life story. I don't know if there's enough time for all that, but there's a lot of it that's like dominoes. You have to know kind of the beginning to understand what happens next, and the feel of what a person goes through by what they had to live through.
Yes. So you and I are in Southern California. What time would it be for those of us in Southern California?
11
a.m.? Okay.
Yeah.
This is cool to hear.
Yep.
I'm excited. I'm very excited that you're going to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be on there. I'll try to find some way to trip you up some way.
Hopefully, yeah, I know you are, but hopefully, with that topic in mind, hopefully we are in conference mode where some of the hecklers can't interrupt and start heckling me, so I can just tell my story uninterrupted.
I hope so too.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay.
Good evening, everyone. Donald here.
Hi, Donald. How you doing?
Hey, how are y'all doing tonight?
Good.
Yep, same here. Just been keeping busy as usual.
Donald, the one that wrote my book. This is the one.
Yeah, this is the one.
Now, y'all, he's a Trinitarian. Do not go off on him. Just let him be a Trinitarian, okay? Welcome, Daniel. Donald. Forgive me.
Fine, yep.
Last time you were here, I was like, I had stepped away to go potty or something, and it was like I came back, and it was it just...
It was a big discussion over the, yeah.
Yeah, it got a little deeper than I thought it was going to go. How are you?
I'm doing good. Last Sunday, we had some really bad weather here. Beaumont got a lot of the power got knocked out here. Some places north of here had some wind damage. They're not sure if it was a tornado or straight line winds or what, but it was bad. It was really bad. It was almost like a mini hurricane because it was like 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds.
Now you're in Texas, right?
Yeah, I'm in Beaumont, Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're definitely east of you guys.
It is so rare for us to get a twister in Southern California that actually made the
You
news.
guys have to worry about the earthquakes.
Hmm. We had a small twister in Montebello, which is in Southern California, which made the news.
Oh, wow.
But nothing like what y'all get, you know?
Yeah.
How did it affect your electricity or anything?
Well, kind of, it's weird. The way this apartment building was built, when we lose power here, it's not like you lose all your power. Really, some parts of your apartment may go out, other parts won't. Like, for example, in my case, my bathroom lights wouldn't work, my bedroom lights wouldn't work, my microwave still was running, but everything else in the kitchen was not going. My computer was still going, the internet was still going, but the washer and dryer, nope. So it's weird. And in some people's apartments, they did lose total power, but it's just on how they wired it really weird here. I don't know why they did that, but it's just weird.
Now, see, I'm thinking about what is called blowing a fuse. So, some people in their homes, if they blow a fuse, they can go open up this thing and switch.
Then check it.
What does your apartment have?
Mom, she thought she lost power, but what on her end, it was her fuse box.
Okay.
Flipped the breakers and stuff. So, but in mine, it wasn't that. Mine, I actually lost power in part of the apartment. But I went and checked my circuit breakers, and they were still going, but just no power in certain parts of the apartment.
Yeah. That's when they end up sending out whoever they're going to send out to probably repair some wires that went down. And
Oh yeah, we had down wires all over the place, and of course our elevator in our building didn't work, so I couldn't get up to my mom's.
oh no.
Yeah, she's on the 3rd floor.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, we have stairs here, but the stairwell would have been incredibly dark because the lights went out there.
Okay.
Yeah. Matter of fact, my mom, she called me. She asked me if I knew it was raining. I said no, because I had just woke up from a nap when all that was going on. I was like solidly asleep.
Wow. Wow. Does she live in the same apartment building as you?
Yeah, we only have one building here. Yeah, for this apartment complex, there's only one building. Yeah, so it's a 4-story building.
Okay.
And it's for people who are 55 and older.
Okay.
Yeah.
I started listening to your book again 2 days ago, and when I say listening, I put on like a Google Voice thing.
Oh yeah,
and
cool.
sounds all animated, but I still dig it. You know, I do well listening rather than reading. Some days I can read and I really digest it well.
Listen and do other stuff at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, if I'm doodling and listening to a sermon or a teaching or, you know, a book reading, it actually helps with my memory of taking it in. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people use Audible for their books and stuff. So now when I read on my computer, because I am blind, I use a screen reader, but I can turn on the reading option on my Kindle app on the computer, but I don't use it. I just read with the screen reader.
Screen reader, okay.
Donald, I haven't heard you on here for a while. Glad you're back on. I haven't heard you on any programs for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, I've been kind of tied up with other stuff and busy here, trying to get working on getting a job at the Lighthouse of Florida has opened up some positions for their state office that deals with children and family affairs and stuff. You know, for like helping people with their food stamps and all that stuff. And I've been working on trying to get a job through them doing that. And I'm just about there. I got to get the background check done, but once I get that done, of course, I know I'll pass that. But I'll start my training, and that's paid training, so I'll get paid even for the training. So I'm looking forward to that. It's a work from home position, so I can do it
Oh,
from
nice. Nice.
Yeah, I don't have to move to Florida.
I was just gonna say. It's like, wow, that's some real dedication.
I'm moving. Nope. I've done enough moving.
Yeah.
That's good for you, yeah. I don't want to make Apostababe mad at me, but I want to bring up one other thing, and nobody even has to comment. As ex-witnesses, Christians, and I don't want to bore us with it. I'll make it real quick. In Matthew 24, the sign of the Son of Man will come on the clouds of the heavens. Concerning that day and hour, nobody knows. For just as the days of Noah were, so the presence or coming of the Son of Man will be. In those days before the flood, eating and drinking, marrying and women being given, until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and they took no note until the flood came and swept them all away. Keep on the watch, therefore, because you do not know on what day your Lord is coming. So every generation for the last 2,000 years, I guess, is believers have been staying on the watch. I've often wondered, if I don't know if we're in the time of the end, but I've often wondered what the days of Noah were like, pre-flood. We know the scripture tell us that people were very wicked, but it doesn't give much detail.
Yeah.
You know, the Nephilim, the scriptures talk about the Nephilim, the result of these, I'm convinced, were fallen angels, and they produced the Nephilim. And but the pre-flood was wicked enough, if the scriptures are true, for God to flood the world. And so, again, Jesus himself is likening this time period, what we would call the last days or the time of the end, to the days of Noah. And he doesn't give much detail other than they took no note. And I can testify that I'm trying to take note of it. I think all of you guys are, but the world in general is not taking much note of a possible end of the age. That's what the question Jesus would ask. What would be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? So I can testify to that as far as the world's concerned because of what I see on TV, news reports and so on. I think we all as Christians can agree to that the world in general is not taking much note. Anyway, I thought I'd bring it up as a word.
Kurt, have you seen? Do you have YouTube, Kurt?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Pixie.
Would you please look at a show called The Samaritans? Not Samaritans. I'm sorry, Sumerians.
Okay.
Like ancient Sumer.
Okay. And it's at 2:43 is the time she's telling you this on this video.
Okay. 2:43. 2:43. Thank you.
Like
the timestamp.
Sumerians, Sumer, like Babylon.
Right. I got you. I wouldn't. So Is it what, like documentary, I guess?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's awesome. And it's sad at the end.
It's called the Sumerians?
Sumerians.
Okay, yeah, Sumerians, yeah. I'll check that out too, yeah.
I will, I promise you.
You were talking about the Holy Spirit, Kurt. I had to get out of bed because you're talking my language. Don't worry, I'm not going to handle any snakes right now. That's a joke between you and me.
Thank God.
Hey, Kurt. Hey, Linda, could I respond to Kurt?
I think Pixie is in the middle of responding. Have you already finished your statement, Pixie?
No, what I was going to say, I was going to agree with Susan on her fruitages of the Spirit, but I was going to take it one step further, which is what got me out of bed. When you look at the secret teachings, Kurt, when you look at the 7 veils, which are in ancient myth and song, and when you look at anatomy books of medicine at the human nervous system, and when you look at Ayurvedic medicine of India and the chakras, 7 is always used.
I hear you.
And Jesus said to one of his disciples, "Let the dead bury the dead." He was not referring to a patient that has expired. He was referring to a person who has no spiritual depth, who was not spiritually alive. If you're in a room with a toddler, you can see how beautiful that child is, no matter what race or country you're in, and that child will glow with health. We are electric beings, and the Bible says we're changed in a twinkling of an eye. When I did hospice work and the patient was gone and I was weeping, I could see the light had gone out, quite literally.
Wow.
So I believe that our bodies have a chakra system. It is in the medical literature. And I believe that Jesus was talking about healing. He was talking about the Holy Spirit. And he was also talking about the nervous system and perhaps science that we don't even know yet.
Very good.
Yeah, our whole body runs off of electrical currents. I mean, we're based, I always, of course, even as a Christian, people might say I'm weird thinking this way, but in a way, I mean, we're machines. I mean, we may not be metal and chrome and all that
electric.
Stuff.
We are
yeah,
electric.
We're electric. But we have, our cells, our atoms all work to do whatever they need to do. And even our DNA, I mean, it's all working together. And we're just wonderfully built. I mean, God designed
We are wonderfully made, and we are electric. And so that's what I think part of the Holy Spirit is referring to. I think it is for all. And I think that when we're aware of God and the Holy Spirit, then we know about it. I think little children know about it instinctively. I think they have it beaten out of them sometimes.
There's actually, and I've actually seen, not personally seen this, but I've read about it, but I've actually heard they're actually working on devices, electronic devices that will run off of our body's energy. And I even heard of a situation where I think a person actually ran a light bulb, powered a light bulb with their own energy. I thought, that's weird. I thought, wow, that'd be cool. We can run all this stuff off our... I mean, imagine a cell phone never having to be charged. You have a device that you strap it on you or whatever, you put your phone in it, the phone battery gets charged from you. It's like, wow.
Uncle Festus did that a long time ago, right? He put a light bulb in his mouth.
Yeah. If a patient needs a pacemaker, they send a doctor that also knows physics and electronics.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating.
My grandmother had one pacemaker.
Well, me either. But if they had, that's the doctor they send. He's got electronics and physics background along with his medicine. background.
Well, my mom, she has atrial fibrillation. She was sick really bad recently, and somehow when she passed out and stuff, and got all of her electrolytes were like way down, and everything was down in the toilet. All of her electrolytes, her potassium, her salt, everything was ugh. Well, she passed out and stuff, and she went into a seizure, and from that seizure that she had, which was a one-time seizure, that somehow gave her atrial fibrillation. And I think if I remember right, they said that because your heart runs off of electricity, it's like it's kind of misfiring at times or something, or causes irregular beats. And so the signal in your heart is not quite right. Sometimes, but that's like my mom said, sometimes it'll correct itself, but then there's times it don't. Yeah.
Pixie, thank you for that information. I heard every word of that. The Sumerians, Sumer, and Akkad, the Mesopotamian Valley. Yeah.
Yes, and it's got a number in front of it, and it has a British narrator, and it's kind of long, but it's super good.
Yeah.
And it was real sad at the end.
Yeah, long before the Neo-Babylonian Empire in the 700s and 600s BC, long before that, in the Mesopotamian Valley. I don't know what the dates would be, but the Amorites came down into Ur and Sumer and Akkad, and the Amorites were a Canaanite tribe. They were a Canaanite tribe. But anyway, I appreciate all that information. And
Kurt, Susan has something she wants to share with you too.
Yes.
Susan, you're next.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've done a lot of research on this because, Kurt, I had this question. Also, in Genesis chapter 6, it talks about what the days of Noah were. So if Jesus was referring to those days, he would go back to Genesis chapter 6 because it showed that he believed them to be true. And it says that people began to multiply on the earth, and the daughters were born to them. The sons of God saw the beautiful women and took any they wanted as wives. And the Lord said, my spirit will not put up with humans for such a long time. In those days, and for some time after, giant Nephilites lived on the earth. For wherever the sons of God had intercourse with women, they gave birth to children who became the heroes and famous warriors of ancient times, the men of old. So that's what it said the earth would be like, that there would be a lot of sexual misconduct, and there would be demonic activity, and the demonic activity between the sons of God and women would produce Nephilites, or people who lived on the earth that were part demon and part human. So that sounds kind of like way out there, but Jesus talked of those days, and that's what the scripture said days would be like. So, that might be something you might want to look up.
Very, very good. I'm looking at Genesis 6 right now as you were reading it. Susan, do you think we're in the time of the end, the last days?
Well, do you think there's gross sexual misconduct and demonic activity?
So you think that we are?
Well, we could be. I mean, things are starting to point that way. I wouldn't come out and say I'm some big prophet that says we're in the last days, but we certainly are in a time such as what was mentioned in Genesis chapter 6, so it possibly could be, in my opinion.
I think we are, Kurt, and I think if we're not, they're selling it to us anyway.
Yeah, true, yeah.
I mean, look at how bad things are getting. I mean, it's really getting bad out there. with all the shootings going on, you know, I mean, just almost on an everyday basis, you hear somebody getting shot somewhere or some mass shooting somewhere. You know, it's almost, you're almost afraid to go anywhere.
I don't.
You know,
I don't anymore. And I was in a newsroom for years, and we have stories now that I never had in the newsroom. And I did hard news.
Oh, okay. So you were an anchor? You were a news anchor?
I was a writer. I was nominated for a Pulitzer. Okay. I did in-depth hard news. I did everything but a public hanging, sir.
Wow. Yikes.
And we are in a time where we have stories now that were not in the newsroom then.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a further comment while we're on this track here. We have the Armageddon, and of course, there in Revelation 16. I wanted to bear down on one thing, get your all's opinion. The Armageddon of the Watchtower. I'm not in agreement with it. I learned from Russell, and I'm sure he's not the first one thought about this. But in Revelation 19, Christ is sent to the earth with an army clothed in white linen, and he has a sword, but the sword is in his mouth. In Revelation, I think it's 2 or 3, in the talking to the churches, Jesus refers to the fact that he has a sword in his mouth, not in his hand. So I don't know, I'm confused, but I would argue that at the end of the age, we will have a great tribulation. I tend to believe it'll be 7 years long, but nobody can prove that. But at any rate, a great tribulation, and that Christ Jesus will come to save mankind, either literally and physically or in some way. And I don't believe that his coming will result in the destruction of billions of people. I think that what will happen is, for my 2 cents, is that this will open up. The kingdoms of the world became the kingdom of our God in Christ 3 times in Revelation, and that it will be a 1,000-year kingdom, literally. I think it's literal. And mankind will be given an opportunity to come under God's rule. Satan is bound. Why is Satan bound? Why would Satan be bound for 1,000 years? The atonement breaks down into at one mint. At one mint. In other words, a person is at one with God or Christ. And you've probably heard that before. And Kurt Hatfield, if I'm there, I've got a lot to learn. I've got a lot of changes to make. Families are united. The resurrection takes place in a process. And I'm given an opportunity to live in God's kingdom. And if I use my free will to rebel, Russell called it the incorrigible, an incorrigible person, then I will be removed by God, Christ, or an angel, or whatever. That's my vision of the future. I could be way, way off the mark, but that.
Well, Sister Pixie hopes you're right, Kurt. But either way, I think the Earth, they are destroying it. Somebody is. Yeah. So I hope the cavalry is coming, but I have no guarantee of that.
I hear you. Yeah.
But that being said, the Bible says the word is mightier than the sword. Yeah. So perhaps there's another situation there. Yeah. I mean, then when you read Revelation, is the mark real or is the mark symbolic? Are we headed for that now? I see us headed for a terrible dystopia.
Instead of utopia, dystopia. Yeah.
Dystopia. It's a word. Dystopia.
We may get a robot Jesus first.
Oh, I hope not.
Oh,
But
no.
we may though.
Yeah.
It's not very far off. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. Somebody was talking about the electricity in our bodies and all that, and I know you see the old pictures of Nikola Tesla, and he one of his stunts, one of his tricks on stage when he was talking about his inventions was to hold a type of light bulb in his hand and light it.
That's right.
I'm not sure exactly how he did it, but anyway, he did do that.
He did it very well.
I've got a quote here, and I want people to. I'm just gonna put it out there. Oh, by the way, there's a couple other things. This is so interesting tonight. I will comment on what you were asking there, Kurt, but I did want to ask. I got two questions. One is, have you ever thought of, in this 120 or how many years it was from the time Noah started to build the ark, and maybe these Nephilim were there even before he started. It said that Noah lived to be 500 years old before he even started the ark. But one wonders, was every Nephilim, every child of a demon and a woman, evil? I wonder if any of them were good guys.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but you kind of wonder. Did any of them ever? Well, I don't. In other words, did they have free will and maybe choose good and try and do some good stuff? Which brings me to another question that one could wonder about: if these are actually, if they were actually some form of human, did Christ's sacrificial death pay for their sins as well? In other words, will they be resurrected to the kingdom of God? So that's just a couple of questions.
Well, see, that's why the Bible doesn't apply in space, because the Bible, as you know, applies to the fall and the redemption of the fall. So I think that might be a yes.
What did you say? Doesn't apply in space? You mean in
the Bible? The Bible is a book for Earth because it deals with the fall.
Yeah. One wonders about. There's been a lot of stories lately about that the U.S. government has been hiding, and they're admitting it now that they have alien spacecraft. But hey, I'm going to read a quote. I want to see if anybody. Well, I want to see what people, where they think I'm quoting from.
Okay.
I'm going to read a quote here. Here we go. Just a sec. Hang on. Gotta find it on my phone here. I had it a second ago, and then somebody texted me. But what do you think, Kurt? Do you think there's any Nephilim that were good guys?
Yeah, that's a good question. I had to get away from my chair for a minute. Let me get my headphones back on.
I should have put this quote.
Yeah, that's a question. That's a question. I heard both questions, and I had to get up for a minute. I got this landline phone. I had to go to the bathroom a minute.
Answer your question, Kurt. I don't think we're in the time of the end. I mean, some of the time I think I wish it was, because I'd sure like him to come and fix this up. But I think there's, I don't know, I guess I got so turned off by Watchtower and others always saying it's coming right, it's right around the corner, that I kind of gave up on the idea. Here. Can't believe. Sorry about this, you guys. I thought I had it right at my fingertips.
Well, I think with people being put out of work because it's writing PR, it's passing the bar, it's writing Watchtower articles, I think some of these bots could be end times stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, while he's looking for that, the most critical thing to me, I may be simple-minded, is the armies and governments of the world. We've always had fighting and military. We've always had that. But I watch this during the day on YouTube subscriptions, and the East versus the West, unless someone comes up with a solution, because they are battling in cyber warfare, the economies of these nations, East versus West in particular, is battle. Militarily, they are on, they got their finger on the trigger. Their finger is on the trigger. Now, my opinion is, unless someone comes up with some miracle solution to these issues between these big powers, there will be war. I don't know exactly what,
it's coming.
And it will be, if it does start and it's not got under control really quickly, it will be devastating to the world. Just devastating. And,
we're on the same page, Kurt.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys. Here's a quote. Here's a quote, and I want to see if people who you think wrote this, which Christian church or whatever wrote this. This is a writer, and he says the earth is degenerating very quickly today. Politicians and businessmen are full of bribery and corruption. Kids no longer obey their parents. Everybody wants to write their own book, and I feel it is evident that the end of the world is fast approaching. That's a quote.
I think it was either Aristotle or Socrates.
Any guesses? Not
Aristotle or Socrates.
That's a good one. Yeah. Anybody else want to hazard a guess?
I heard the quote, but I don't really have any idea.
It's from an Assyrian cuneiform tablet from 2000 BC.
There you go.
What was the date?
2800 BC.
Oh my goodness.
Sounds like today, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
That's why that show was so good of Sumerians.
I'll have to look at that one too.
Yeah, I'm going
to. Hey, Brian? Was 2000 BC the time of the flood?
I think Noah's flood was about
2500 BC.
Yeah, about this time. Yeah, so maybe this guy that wrote this Assyrian tablet, maybe he knew Noah. I don't know.
He might have lived in Sumer.
But yeah, it's a clay. The picture of the text I've got here. There's a picture of the clay tablet. It's all the little cuneiform letters, and that's what it is. The guy thought the end of the world was coming. for the same reasons that we do.
Well, we're certainly at the end of one civilization, but I don't know that we're at the beginning of the next one.
The age of Aquarius.
If we lose this one, I don't know that we'll have another one, you know? I really don't.
Yeah. You know, this age of Aquarius, you know, that famous song and,
Yes.
of course, the, you know, Fifth Dimension. But back when years and years and years ago, when I first, they had that song out, I guess it was the later 60s probably.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know what the age of Aquarius was even about. And I still don't know much about it, but I got on YouTube here a while back, typed in the age of Aquarius. There's quite a bit on YouTube. Of course, I didn't watch much of it, but I did take note that amongst astrologers, I think I'm right about this, there's not agreement, not total agreement on whether or not we are in the age of Aquarius yet.
I don't think we're not there yet. I think it's another 50 years or so. But
okay.
We are going to have this month another planetary alignment. Now, if you know the wonderful book about Peter Pan, remember Peter Pan?
Oh, yeah, I don't know much about the book, but yes.
Well, there was a Disney movie, Peter Pan's Wonderful. And in Peter Pan, he says straight on till morning. And in the Disney movie, they show the planets aligned like stars. Well, about 25 years ago, there was a planetary alignment. And where I lived, it was right over my house. And I said, well, I wonder if I'll live long enough to see another one. And I have. So about every 25 years or so, the planets line up. And I don't know if this is supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing, but there's cycles throughout history. And they're in 25-year units, 80-year units, 100-year units, 1,000-year units, 5,000-year units. There's cycles to everything.
I hear you. That's called.
And there's a saying, I know Christians don't believe in astrology, but there's a saying amongst astrologers. Millionaires don't use it, but billionaires do.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And that's called conjunction, right? When planets line up. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And there's going to be one this month. And I think a lot of times Mercury is when people communicate. Most of your wars are under Mars, which is April. But then again, you've got the autumn, which is always harvest. So I don't know who's holding back the four winds, but if there's a God, he might be pausing this a little bit because I feel like it could happen any day.
Now, I want you to help me with something.
All right.
You know I like you, and you've got a lot of knowledge. And it's something that I don't have an answer to. I mean, I haven't done deep research into it. We do know that in the Old Testament, I can't quote the verses. I'd have to look this stuff up. That divination, we have to define what divination is. I think a divination would, first thing comes to mind, correct me if I'm wrong, looking at the stars, reading the stars, using a diviner's rod to make decisions. Now, there's various forms of divination. Another thing comes to mind would be the parts of an animal, somehow or another, the heart or the liver.
The Greeks did that. The Greeks were all about that. Now, the Vatican has their own observatories and telescopes.
True. That's true. That's true. But what I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to make a difference between a clear difference between astronomy and astrology.
In the beginning, there was no difference. To primitive man and early man, it was the same until about 19th century. And keep in mind that to the journalist, any source is a source.
Right.
Okay? Yeah. The Christian is going to say, well, you can do this or you can't do that. When you look at the kings of the world, they're going to say, what works? That's the difference.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
That's the difference. So if you're thinking the way they're thinking, they're looking at everything.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt. The king of Babylon, I think the Babylonians used astrology a lot.
They're going to look at everything.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to do is figure out from a Christian point of view whether or not a person could use astrology in any way or just reject it in its totality. You understand what I mean?
Well, the Bible's full of numerology.
Well, yeah.
We learned numerology as witnesses. All of us did.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. The numbers in the Bible, the seven. That's what Ivan Panin did, was with the symmetry of seven in the scriptures. Every letter, every word. That's what Panin did to show the symmetry of the Bible and prove his world, prove that it was definitely inspired. You know, supernatural.
Now,
so,
isn't Jesus supernatural in all that he does?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Now, when Paul rescues that girl who was, I guess she had a carnival show of some sort, or she was doing readings of some sort, and he rescues her, he never once said it didn't work.
True.
Okay.
And he had Simon.
So when we look at the larger Greek world, or we look at the planet as it is today, it's not. A Christian might not want to have a job in a doing mind reading or something, but we don't want to say that it doesn't work, because we're in a world where people use it and it does work. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah, I do.
But you might not want to go there. In good conscience, I might not send you to go there.
So if I heard you. So if I understand you right, when you say that astrology works, for example, that would mean that a person's birthday, what would you call it? I'm Arius, and you're a Tarsus, or what, Taurus, or whatever. That has significance, is what you're saying. That, for example, astrology.
Certain people say it does. Now, I'm not saying that a basic astrology of a birthday would. There are people that make their money that way. When you're a king, you're not looking so much at your birthday, or if you're going to get a piece of cake. Because as witnesses, we learned all that was not good, and the rest of the world thinks birthdays and cake are fine. The king is going to look at, okay, what's the weather going to be like on a certain day when I lead the Canaanites? Okay?
Right.
And if his astrologer has even a modicum of science, then maybe he could say, well, this would be a good day to do that. And it might have some science behind it. Okay?
I hear you.
So they're looking at how to run the world, which most of us did not learn how to do.
Oh, yeah. So,
okay.
I hear you. So I could argue that Satan is an entity, the third most powerful entity in the universe, I would think. And he's the ruler of the world. And he's misled the entire inhabited earth. And I could say, therefore, he's got people confused about astrology. In other words, when astrology is mixed in with astronomy, the great constellations, and sometime in the past, in Sumer, or wherever it started, they started, as you said, initially, it was all the same thing.
Yes, it was. But you've given a beautiful witness interpretation of it. Let me
Right, I
give you
know.
the interpretation that the king of Babylon might have.
Right.
He's not going to put a devil in it. There's no characters in it. It's math.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So to the primitive kingdom of Sumer, it was closer to the science that it is today. They're looking at placements of planets. They're looking at weather. They're looking at math.
I agree with you.
And what's the most important thing if I'm going to be a Canaanite king and I'm going to go with Akkadians against Sumer? What's the most important thing in battle, Kurt? Can you take a wild guess?
Probably weather.
Weather. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
So
now let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's just imagine that scenario in ancient Sumer.
Mm-hmm.
That Babylonian king, I would assume that he is not a friend of Jehovah, the true God. I would assume that. And I would assume, I don't know this, but I would assume that he's under the influence in whatever way or ways of Satan. That's what my assumption would be.
Again, I don't think he's looking at gods at all. I think he's letting his wizards do that, and they're probably not even looking at gods at all. Again, they're looking at math.
I agree. Yeah, I agree that's
okay. And then look at the priests of Israel. Look at the magic that was part of the Ark of the Covenant, that the more we look at it, it becomes electric and it becomes high science that we still don't understand.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then they had Greek fire, which was some kind of chemistry that was used in battles for 1,000 years. That was like a big secret of the ancients. I guess YouTube has things on that too. So this is science way beyond me. I can't go out and make Greek fire. I really can't, but I'm sure there's a high school chemistry teacher that could.
Right.
So it's really not gods. They're telling the people, they're going to tell the peasants that it's gods. But once you're inside the palace, it's math and science.
Well, you're very educated on these things, far more than I am. Now, what I'm tied to, unless I get on YouTube, I'm going to watch the Sumerians.
Yeah, it's good.
But what I'm tied to is the Old Testament, for example. You know it as well as I do.
I do.
You know what it says. You know what it says. And so I'm boxed in. When Babylon is called, is judged, the Neo-Babylonian Empire is judged. And in Isaiah 14, there's a play on words, it appears to be, between Satan himself, Jehovah's judgment on Babylon, and the king of Babylon. The king of, are we talking about the king of Babylon or Satan? Same thing in Ezekiel 28. Same thing.
That's above my pay grade. That's a question I can't answer.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the same boat. But, and I know that generally, the Bible scholars, I don't know these people's names or whatever, but in Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, it's, I would call it like a play on words between the judgment on the king of Babylon and the mixing of the language here between it being Satan himself and the king of Babylon. But Babylon there's a struggle not all through, but partly through the Old Testament between the city and nation, the city-state of Babylon and Jerusalem. I mean, it's pretty much
now. Keep in mind, and I hope this doesn't upset you, dear. But keep in mind, that those Old Testament battles were written for the Hebrew tribes people. So that if you read an account by a Canaanite, it might be totally different. Just like if you read a newspaper today in one country and then you read the propaganda in another country.
I hear you.
Because every battle's got two teams, right?
Right. Well, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Now, my response to that, and I'm not a scholar, I'm just talking from a little bit I know, and what you know the same thing. Thus, to Isaiah, thus saith Jehovah, an oracle against Babylon, or an oracle against Tyre, or Egypt. So through the prophets, Moses was a great prophet, allegedly. It's what the scripture says. So I'm assuming that that God, the one true God, was dealing with Noah and Abraham and Moses, and then the major and minor prophets is what my assumption is.
That sounds right. Now, you've answered your own question, because within the paragraph you read to me, the word was oracle.
Yeah.
And oracle by itself implies a divination. So I don't know what the divination of the priests of the Hebrew tribes were, but it implies they had a divination. There's a couple scriptures where they laid out a sheepskin. There's a couple scriptures where they had the teraphim, or whatever it was called. There's the Urim and Thummim. I have not studied this since I was a tiny child. I haven't looked at it with scientific eyes. But the word oracle implies a divination.
Yeah, you may be right about that. I don't know exactly.
Okay, so again, what team are you on? They're going to say the other team is using tools they don't like, or the other team is the bad guy. But within what we're saying is the true God and the true religion of the Hebrews, they're using a divination too, if the word oracle was used.
Yeah, and some translations use the word oracle, and some say, I don't know, judgment against these city-states. And
so they're trying to figure out what those city-states are doing, and those city-states are trying to figure out what the team on the hill with the slingshot is doing. It's the same battles, the same as any battle would have for thousands of years. The bigger question is, why can't humans go with the Jesus idea and have a Prince of Peace? Because they've had wars for gazillions of years since they were beginning.
Oh, I agree with that. The Prince of Peace, that reminds me of that scripture, Isaiah 9, I think 6-8. I can't quote it. And he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Prince of Peace, Mighty God. I can't remember the rest of it.
See, that was what was really so radical and amazing, not only the healings, but the fact that this New Testament guy was not doing it the way that it had been done for thousands of years. Because warring tribes have been the model and not the exception.
You're talking about Christ.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The idea of a Prince of Peace, no wonder Rome didn't like him, right?
Oh, yeah. I agree with that. Now, not to be argumentative, but now I would put that Isaiah 9, 6-8, I would put that into the millennium. I can't prove that. For example, when it says Christ will be called Mighty God, I think he's given a godship. I think we have a big Trinitarian thing, but I think he became God when he sat at the right hand of the Father. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say he becomes the Alpha and Omega of Revelation 22 and becomes a mighty God at least in a special sense.
I think he is. I'll go with it. I'll go with it.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't argue that he's not a mighty God now, but when it says he will become eternal Father, there in Isaiah 9:6-8, he's become eternal Father. I would argue that would mean that when he resurrects the dead, that he would become an eternal Father is what I would argue.
You know, the way I look at it now that I didn't see as a witness kid, I don't know everything that's in quantum physics. I don't know everything that's out there in the universe beyond me. So that means that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit can be and do anything they want, because that's a science I don't have.
Yeah, none of us have. Yeah, none of us. I'm still trying to figure out. The Holy Spirit.
But look at the planets. Look at how most of us have a model of what the planets are, and then we see a telescope picture of what it really is and how much more magnificent it really is out there.
Well, if you look at the power of Jesus himself, you know, when the disciples were in the upper room because they were afraid of the Jews, Jesus didn't take the doorknob and open the door. He walked through the door.
He absolutely did. He absolutely did. And that's a physics and a science that I don't understand. And I know some really smart people.
Because it's like, you know, I'm a Star Trek fan, and I like watching Star Trek. And, you know, when they beam you down to a planet and stuff, I often wondered, when you get beamed to another place, how do you keep yourself or part of the wall or part of the concrete or part of the whatever that you're going through from being intermingled with you? So, you know?
Exactly. Brilliant point. So if I don't know the basic science of that, how do I know what Jesus is going to become? Because he says today, yesterday, tomorrow, everything. He's got that time thing down.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, because he's
got the time thing down. He's got the healing thing down. He's got the molecular level down. He's going through the wall. So certainly he could morph into that scripture and what it says he becomes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
very good, very good. Apostababe.
Yes.
I'm just checking on you to make sure you're still awake.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just listening to what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. You never did find your glasses, did you?
No.
Did you check?
I'm gonna find them when I'm not looking for them.
I think they're on the sink.
So did I. And I've checked both of my sinks, but it could be there the next time I look, you know?
Yeah, I do know. Yeah, I hear you.
I guess you wear your glasses all the time. You don't use them just to read, right?
I use them for the most. I should just go and get me some prescription glasses. Yeah, I read them most of the time. Yes.
All right. Well, anyway, everyone is expecting a one world government. That don't sound too out of order for me. Sometime in the future, I don't know how it's going to come about, but I can see a one world government. The problem I have with that, right tomorrow or the next day, is nationalism is so strong. Nationalism is just at a fever pitch from what I see. So in order to have a one world government, it would seem to me that, you know, the nations would have to give up most of their authority to some entity, the United Nations or whatever. And I don't see that happening tomorrow or next week
Well, I just finished 500 pages.
Of?
500 pages. I got 1 point out of it. Took me reading the whole 500 pages to get 1 point, but I did it. And the point was, there's nationalism, there's globalism, and there's just plain old dominance.
That makes sense.
So is dominance going to win?
I hope not. I hope not.
I hear you. So dominance will be a one world government. Well, globalism's a one world government. Okay, I'm a little. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I got it.
Either way. Yeah, I'm not a happy camper about any of it. And what they're going to want all of us to be happy campers about it.
Sure. It's like I was talking to Brian months and months ago. He was telling me how wonderful it was to grow up where he grew up back in the 50s, like the 50s and 60s, and how things have changed. Even in, he did. I was born in '56, and I can remember most of the '60s, and of course, but even here in this coal camp, it was just better. It was, I don't know, in some way it was just better. It was more, even though the Cold War was going on, but I didn't know anything about that. But the Cold War, the Soviets, they come close a time or two or three, I guess, through the Cold War. But it was, mad, mutually assured destruction. They knew it. We knew it. China was sort of in their own world. But today, I'm telling you, it is on. It is on.
What I read in the medical journal last week, they're having trouble getting certain medicines now. And we're all of a certain age where we're not swinging from the chandelier, but the health clinics around the country are going nuts because there's all kinds of venereal diseases that are running rampant and they can't get the medicine.
I hear you.
Stuff like that. And then the Bible says a greater number will cool off. We're seeing people that aren't kind.
That is true. And population. We've got 4 grown. I wouldn't take all the money, and everybody feels that way about their kids, and nearly everybody. But the world that we're in, I don't know. I don't want to make anybody mad, but it would just seem like that people would agree. You get married. Let's have 1 child,
or 2,
or 2 at the most. 2 at the most. And
Europe doesn't hardly have any kids now at all. The children in Paris were treated like gold because there's so few of them.
Well, maybe they're doing what I just said. Maybe it's not a good thing. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. I don't know what the answer is. Nearly 8 billion people. I'm comfortable myself. Sickly, but I don't have anything really to complain about. But
well, we're at the age now where we're sitting around seeing all this, and like you said, the greater number, they're not noticing. They're not noticing.
I don't think so. I watched that ABC World News there a week or so ago about Haiti, and Haiti's in terrible shape. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if the answer is for the United Nations to move into Haiti, set up shop, and for a year. And quite frankly, I hate to be gross, but they probably have to kill some people. These gangs, whoever they are, the report said they control about, if I remember right, about 80% of the entire island gangs.
Wow.
With guns. So what do you do with those gangs? Do you talk them down, they lay their guns down, or do you have to shoot them? So
see, the thing is, you wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
no.
But there are people that think like that and would do it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just asked my Alexa device. I was on mute, but I asked my Alexa device what the Earth's population is. She said it was 7.98 billion.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you for that. I didn't know exactly what it was.
That's a couple people. That's about one or two.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
Wow,
the super rich, they've got venison barbecue and their own little gardens and stuff. I don't guess they're too worried about it.
I think the witnesses are. I don't say this just for any, just to talk. I think the witnesses' view of the future is narrow-minded. They have interpreted the scriptures that Armageddon will destroy most of the planet, or not planet, but most of the population, and everyone that's not responded to the preaching work, for example. That guy down the road here that didn't respond to the preaching work, he may have him and her have a family and grandkids, and they're all pretty good people.
I wonder what the witnesses are going to think. Let's just say tomorrow, U.S. and Russia get into a full-scale, blown out nuclear war. Both countries are totally demolished. Everybody's burned up, vaporized. The witnesses are gone. The Watchtower organization itself is poof. Whatever witnesses are left, if there's any left, what are they going to be thinking when they realize that, hey, isn't just the bad people that are gone? Hey, most of us are gone too.
You got a point. You got a good point.
I mean, what are they going to do what are they going to say in their meetings then? Oh, oops, we lied, we goofed.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I hear
That's
you.
a good one.
Because when a full-scale nuclear war hits, it ain't going to just hit the 7 or 8 billion or so that the witnesses say they're going to be gone. It's going to hit the witnesses too.
I hear you.
Good point.
Now, when will, how many more years will it be before the population doubles from nearly 8 billion? If the world goes on, will it be another 20 years or 50 years that it doubles?
I don't think it will, because if you look at the medical journals, there's a whole lot of fertility issues, like we were discussing earlier. People that are born with limitations, but also couples that are having problems, and the stuff that's in the food and the water and God knows what else. I don't think population is going to be the problem we thought it was going to be. I think it's going to be the quality or lack of quality in the food. And I think it's going to be these other political stories and maybe health stories.
Well, I heard, I was messing with Alexa the other day, and she was saying that possibly by 2050, things like bananas and chocolate will be extinct. So there's certain food items that we won't have, supposedly we won't have no more.
That's heartbreaking. Two of my favorite foods.
Of course, I'm a type 1 diabetic and should be eating, I don't eat a lot of sweets anyway, but I do like chocolate, though.
Well, I think a little cocoa powder.
I've got this for you on type 1 diabetic. It should be eating. I don't eat a lot of sweets anyway, but I do like chocolate, though.
Oh, yeah.
Is that her?
Yeah, I hear that. I've got a.
Am I talking through an AI?
I think.
I've got a grandson that's 12 years old. About 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes.
Oh, that's a hard one.
Oh,
I'm an adult onset type 1, which means I got mine as an adult, not as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they watch him. My daughter and wife watch him night and day.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Yeah, but he's been in ICU 3 times.
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Oh, that ain't good. Now, I've had the ambulance called on me a few times, nothing, but that's because of very low blood sugars. But as far as ending up in the hospital with it, no, I do my best to take care of it. I have a Dexcom device, which is a glucose monitoring system that works. I don't have to stick my fingers, so I can read my sugars off my phone with my screen reader on my phone, so I can read them anytime I want.
Yeah, that's what he's got. Dexcom or something. Yeah.
Dexcom, yeah, DEXCOM.
Yeah.
There's another one called Libra too. I guess it's similar to the Dexcom. There's several of them out there.
Yeah, I'd say there is. But he's had a time. He's been in ICU 3 times.
That's
one
rough.
time they flew him to Charleston.
Wow.
To CAMC, and he survived it. But he's been there 3 times. But like I say, he tries to eat right, and I think he does. They don't keep anything in the house. He's got these glucose tablets, I guess, when he's sure.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Yeah.
If you can, tell him if he likes, I don't know if he likes pork skins, but if he likes the pork skins, they don't raise your blood sugar. They're a great snack. I buy those often. I eat those a lot.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Yes, it would.
I love those things. I like the ghost pepper ones, the plain ones.
They have barbecue too, right?
I even dip them in hot sauce.
Okay.
I like hot sauce too.
That the crunch makes them feel like a really fun snack.
Huh?
When the crunch that you get out of them really gives you that sensation of snack.
Now, I don't like the really, really hard ones that sometimes you find in the bag. I don't like those real hard ones.
Me either.
Yeah. Wonder what happened to Zachary tonight. I haven't heard Zachary.
I'm not sure.
Maybe he had an event to attend or something.
Yeah, could have. Yeah.
Huh. Now, Sue Zachary, is that the Australian guy?
No, that's Brad from Australia.
Oh, Brad, okay.
Yeah, Zachary's in New York City somewhere. Yeah.
Zachary was at Bethel for a long time, and he's a classical musician.
Oh, neat. Okay.
He is neat.
He's very smart, Zachary is.
Yeah. I don't see the witnesses doing what some of these other, like if you're on YouTube and you watch some of these Christian shows, they're looking at prophecies. Different ones are. And they're looking at current events. It's like the witnesses are a day late and $1 short when everything's heating up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it reminds me of what Rick was talking about earlier. I think it was tonight. About the dumbing down. I think there's a lot to that. Of course, I don't get the Watchtower anymore, but when I was getting it at the last, that's when they had scaled the Watchtower down. Lord, I remember in those study articles years ago, like types and anti-types, whether they were right or wrong. The Jonadab.
Oh, yeah, the stuff got deep, didn't it?
And the Jehu class. Oh, my goodness. But even in the study articles that, that we'd have on Sunday, and the books, they were really deep. I mean, and they could have been wrong about 80% of it, but nonetheless, they were deep study into things. But I don't think you have that anymore.
We don't. I don't think they've even printed a Watchtower this year. Maybe one.
Yeah.
Do you listen to Mike from Around the World on YouTube?
No, I don't know him.
There's a preacher called Paul Bagley, and Bagley has some current events. And one of his guests is often Mike from Around the World. And it seems like he might have his finger on some things.
I hear you now. Paul Bagley, B-A-G-L-E-Y. I haven't watched him in a long time, but he is concentrates on prophecy, particularly as it pertains to Israel, the state of Israel in particular. But I haven't watched him on YouTube, and it's been a long time ago.
Well, see if you can get Mike from around the world. He's got a Friday show.
I'll do that.
And it might link up to Bagley's channel, but I prefer Mike's show. Because I'm not going to send 10 cents to any preacher ever for the rest of my days.
No, Mike from around the world and the Sumerians.
Yeah.
I got you.
I'd like to know what you think about Mike's stuff.
I'll look at it. Probably tomorrow sometime. I always watch these programs back, Apostababe and Rick's program and Eric's program. I always watch them back.
And there's going to be another shipping problem. I was looking at ABC and some other things the other day on Friday. So we might have shortages.
Did somebody else just come in? Hello?
Yeah, I did. I heard my name mentioned, so I thought I'd jump in and
dear.
say,
How are you?
What up?
I've missed you.
Hey,
I miss you too, Pixie.
Congratulations on the law work. It looks like you finished your
Thank you
first
very
year.
much.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, first course down. No time to celebrate. On to the next course.
All right.
Wow.
We're going to have a major celebration here. We're going to have a major celebration here when he passes the bar. We're going to do it 6-screen style.
Yeah.
Man, when I pass the bar, and I say when, not if, when I pass the bar, I'm going to come over and say hello to some of you guys.
I can't wait to meet you.
Yeah.
Same.
Good.
You're going to what?
Good.
But not until then, because I'm going to come over and say hello to some of you guys.
As in come over here to the States?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my gosh. I cannot wait to hug you.
I can't wait either, but I decided that when I passed my first course, because these were the guys that cared the most, I was just like, when I pass this whole thing, I'm going on a trip and I'm going to visit as many as I can from the 6th screen.
That'll be fun.
One Jehovah's Witness. Not one Jehovah's Witness.
I'm going to say something else, Brad.
Why did we bring up his name?
Yeah.
They thought they were talking about Zachary, and they thought Zachary was in Australia, and then somebody said, no, that's you.
Yeah, and then I heard it, and I went, that's a good enough excuse to jump in and just start talking.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I'm going to say something else that might make somebody mad. When Brad talking about coming to America, I think he'll be in good shape. But when I see somebody, it's happened quite often, and they go to, I don't know, they go to Russia. They go to Russia. And relations with Russia right now is in the pits, but somebody will go to Russia and they'll get arrested. And I don't want to be gross here, but what comes to my mind is, what was your dumb ass doing in Russia?
Thank you.
Doing in Russia.
Thank you.
If somebody goes to now, if it's a doctor, let's say it's in the Middle East, and a doctor cares about some poor people in Syria or something like that. I can understand that. They need a doctor. They need some nurses. I got it. But other than that, if I got on a plane and I flew to Syria tonight and I get in trouble over in Syria, don't feel sorry for me. I didn't have no reason to be in Syria,
Well, I think Brad needs to come to New Hampshire. I want to meet Brad. So, congratulations, Brad, and I'm gonna learn
I've already picked out the restaurant, Brad.
Right?
What the heck? I don't want to get arrested.
I've already picked out the restaurant.
That's so cool. That is so cool. I like the fact that you said when, not if, I pass my bar. When I pass my bar. Yes, I like that.
Well, I'll tell you another good lawyer would be Pixie. She missed her
Thank
call
you.
And
I wish I was younger.
I think
I miss my
Apostababe.
sweetie Tom. He's in Eagle Scout heaven. He was a terrific lawyer.
I hear you.
It's been nice getting to know Tom through you. I like Tom. It's been nice getting to know Tom through you. I like Tom.
Oh, I'll send you the picture of Tom at Woodstock. Did I send that one?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
You know,
Photo. I love that Woodstock photo.
I know. Oh, where did he pants?
Brad's already seen it. This sounds groovy to me.
It's groovy. He was groovy.
I bet.
I'd say Apostababe would be a good psychiatrist.
Oh, she needs to be a counselor.
She knows a lot already, and with her personality, I think she'd be really good. She was.
Thank you.
If hard to do anything like that now, it'd be so expensive. Oh my goodness, it'd probably cost. I don't know. What, a half?
I think it would be cheaper than you think. Now, this is not an offensive thing to say, but Linda is what would be classed as a mature age student.
Yes, I am. I would get discounts.
Exactly. So you would get a discount. And one of the cool things about studying psychology later on in life is you kind of have all the experience you need. The older you are, the more experienced you are, if that makes sense. So I think Linda would make an amazing psychologist. I agree with you there.
I do too.
And what you were saying before about traveling to other countries, if I traveled to Russia and you heard that I was arrested for nothing, please be concerned for me. But say if I go to a country that has really severe drug laws, and for some reason I think it's cool to take in drugs, and then I get arrested, don't feel sorry for me then. I completely understand what you mean, but I'm more of the opinion that when, like you hear about people going to Thailand and they've got like a backpack completely filled with drugs, or they come back with that. And, Thailand has some of the strictest drug laws in the world. If you get arrested and you get off the plane, you can see all the signs, don't bring drugs, I've got drugs. Oh, what the hell am I arrested for? That's dumb.
I hear you.
And it kind of forces, also, I would hate for my country, if I do get arrested, don't try and force Australia to trade me in some way. I hate it when you hear about, another country. I think recently there was a basketball player that got arrested in America, a female basketball player, for taking drugs into a country.
The tall female basketball player?
Yeah.
See if you can find a hotel near the National Theater.
Okay, I will.
There's a restaurant right next to the National Theater, but I think that if you're on the other side of the train station, there might be some smaller, cheaper hotels if you're on the other side of the Union Station in D.C.
National Theater in D.C.?
In D.C., and then we'll go to Hamilton's, but you might have a cheaper hotel if you're on the other side of Union Station. There's some brand new, smaller hotels in there. So look around in downtown D.C. for your hotel rate. And then I'll
Since we're
take the
booking in
train.
restaurants.
Yeah, we're going to go to
might as well
Hamilton's.
go to see a show as well.
We're going to go to Hamilton's, then I'll take the train up to Union Station, and maybe we can go to the Magic Club. But I'll have to know what days and stuff.
You'll know plenty in advance. I'm giving you probably 8 years in advance right now, so
good.
Start preparing.
I'll be ready then.
I'm late. Sorry, I was late.
That's a long way. That's a long way.
Yeah, but it gives me something to work towards and look forward to and things like that. Something when all of the books and life gets me down, I have something to aim for and, you know, look through all the shit at.
Yeah.
Does that make
That's a really good point.
We'll still be eating at Hamilton's in 8 years.
That's good. Damn right they will, because I'll be eating there.
That's right.
Pixie, you're in New York. You're talking about Union Station in New York, right?
No, Washington, D.C.
Okay, Washington. Okay.
But I'm not in Washington.
Okay.
But I will be if Brad's there.
Oh, yeah. I hear you. You know, Washington, D.C. is supposed to be laid out by the Masons. You all probably watched some of that. I haven't watched it in a long time.
Oh, yeah. I have a book on that. That's a wonderful story.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember much about it, but there's been a lot, like you say, you've got the book, and there's been quite a bit of work go into that on how it's laid out by the Masons. The main person, I think he was a Frenchman that worked for the American government, done most of that work of laying out the streets. And like I say, I don't remember much about it. I have to watch some videos on it.
He was the same architect as the one for Paris. His name was Pierre L'Enfant.
Yeah.
And Pixie knows this.
Washington had the same architect.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Washington, D.C. was born under the star Venus, the planet Venus. So it was set up that you feel important no matter who you are, because everything is a little bit bigger than people were used to.
I thought Texas mostly everything was supposed to be bigger.
Well, I have, but I don't know the architecture of Texas. But I can say Washington,
I know. I'm
D.C.,
thinking.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna push mute and do a few things, but I'm still listening. Okay.
Okay. I hope you find your glasses.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go do a few things, and I'm still here though. But I'm.
Have y'all ever had this happen? You've lost something. You look all over for it, only to realize a few minutes later it was in your hand all that time.
Yeah, I do that every day.
That's weird. It's a weird feeling. It's like, wait a minute, I got it right here. You know.
I look for my headphones constantly, and they're in my ears.
Oh, yeah.
Like all the time. And I'll yell at my kids, because my kids quite often play with
Where
them.
are my
Where
earbuds?
have you put it? Where have you put it? And my 4-year-old just sits there pointing at my face, trying to tell me, "Oh, it's in your ear," but it's not. Here, I have a question for everybody that, since we're talking about the roads and how DC is set up, I heard something weird, and I was wondering if anybody knows anything about the Denver airport.
I've been
to it, but I don't know much about it.
It does have those
Isn't
weird
it like
paintings.
a super strange airport? It's got like really
it has
weird
those weird
statues.
paintings. It really does. It's got the weirdest paintings you've ever seen.
Yeah, like some of them depict the apocalypse and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I've seen a few of the pictures, and they're just like, why is that an airport? And also something about the giant horse statue or something. But every time I go researching the airport, the first thing I get is just mental conspiracy theories. You know, there's tunnels underneath where they smuggle children and all sorts. So I was just wondering if anybody knows
I don't know about that.
why
The
Denver
omelet was
Airport
good.
is so unusual compared to all the others.
The omelet was good. That horse thing is there, and the paintings are there. And when you land there, there's little goats on the top of the mountains as you're landing.
Yeah.
So it's weird, but the omelet was good.
Yeah, everything I see about that airport is very unusual. Like the entire thing was designed with airports not in mind.
Yeah, but it's big. It's not as big as Chicago, but it's big. Now the DC airport is super small.
Well, I actually happen to be working on an airport. That is my job right now. I am part of Boston Logan, but in Manchester, New Hampshire. We're rebuilding the runways right there right now. So by the time you get out here, Brad, we'll have brand new runways. We're in Manchester, New Hampshire, as part of Boston Logan. So you'll be all set.
Awesome. When I come into that airport, I can tell everybody next to me in that, well, I know who made this. I know the guy, I'm friends with the guy that made this airport, just so you know. It's no big deal or anything, but I am somebody, obviously.
Yeah, I'm part of the team that's rebuilding it, man. And
that's cool.
Actually, fact. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah.
So what do you do for work?
We build roads.
Oh, so it's like it's the runway that you're doing. Okay. Oh, cool. Here's a weird question that just popped into my mind. But do you have to specifically level the roads? You know what? Do you have to treat an what do you call that? An airport road, a runway, different to how you treat a road? Does it have to be laser leveled or anything like that?
Definitely. It's all high strength pavement, and it's very, very ridiculous.
And it's like, forgive my ignorance, but is the runway road somehow denser so that it can support such a heavier item?
Yes, it is. And usually you have about 12 inches of asphalt.
Whoa, 12 inches?
Yeah, versus like 4 or 5 on a regular road.
Yeah, that's over double, isn't it? Okay, that answers my question. Sweet, I'm asking the right guy. Thanks for that.
I just asked Alexa, the world's largest airport happens to be the one in Atlanta.
That was
the world's
big,
what
yeah.
airport?
The one, yeah, in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah.
It's the biggest.
And that thing is huge. That is.
Singapore airport is massive.
Oh wow.
I was
And
younger then, so I could run through the one in Atlanta. I could see where that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how big
Singapore airport is so big. There's like a city inside it almost. There's rides and like a roller coaster and stuff inside it. It's absolutely humongous. Yeah. The first time I went there, I asked the first person I saw, "Hey, this is my gate that I have to go to. Do you know where it is?" She goes, "I'll just walk to it." She goes, "If you walk to it, it's going to take 45 minutes. Do you have time for that?" We're like, no, we've got cars that will take you from this end of the airport to the other because it's too big.
Yeah.
And it's just so big. It's great. Great place to stop over. If anyone's doing that, stop over at Singapore Airport. Oh, yeah.
Yikes.
The worst airport is the one in Vegas.
Oh, yeah?
Why is that so bad?
It's really small, and it has the sound of slot machines continuously.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I had a $350 dancing cane, and they ruined it.
Oh, no.
And they didn't even say sorry.
Yikes. Has anybody ever been to the airport in Tokyo or the?
Yep.
How big is that one?
Massive. But only probably half the size of the Singapore one. Singapore's pretty proud of how big and massive their airport is. But I found the one in Tokyo much more light, like it was designed to be in the future, if that makes sense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty cool too. I'm a pretty big fan of airports, weirdly. I've been to so many in my life that sometimes you remember the airport better than the actual country that they were in. And yeah, that's basically most of my traveling. I remember airports more than the actual trip itself.
Now, if you were coming from Australia to D.C., you'll probably land at Dulles, which is one of the most beautiful airports in the world.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Last time I came to America, I think we flew to California from Brisbane to California, which took 22 hours or something crazy like that.
Wow.
And being on a plane for an entire day, 24-hour period, is definitely not as awesome as it sounds.
No, I could have done it when I was younger. I'm not liking travel the way I used to.
I was pretty young. It just was mind-numbingly boring. For 24 hours and you can't really do anything. They only played 2 movies, 4 hours for 24-hour plane rides. This is a long time ago. This is maybe in the 90s.
And if you listen to the music on the plane with whatever those earbuds are that they give you, whatever, and they keep recirculating the same songs over and over and over and over and over and over.
Over and over and over and over again. Yes, they do. Yeah, it just got terrible, and people were like sleeping in the aisles because you were on there for 24 hours, and you couldn't get to the toilet because you're climbing over all of these people. And it was terrible. I did not like it at all. And then when we got there, they lost our luggage, so we waited for another 10 hours for them to find it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Beaumont Airport, where I'm at, just a little thing. It's just not even, it's not much of anything, really.
I found this video. The Sumerians fall of the first cities.
That's it.
It's under the YouTube channel is Fall, F-A-L-L, Fall of Civilizations.
That's it.
This YouTube video, this YouTube video's got 24 million views.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's really good. It's really good.
And it's called Fall of Civilization?
Fall of Civilizations. I just put it on my subscription list. Yeah.
And I almost cried at the end. It's so sad at the end, but it's worth your time.
Yeah, I'll watch that sometime this week, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I'll watch that. Yeah. Well, I hope Apostababe finds her.
You know what gets me? There's a place, it's in Genesis, I think, in the Bible, where God, I think, did he say to Adam and Eve to replenish the earth?
Yes, he did.
So means to do over.
So
right?
it was plenished before. This is the point my dad used to make. There's 2 accounts of Genesis, and there's what you pointed out, the replenish. So this means that there may have been people and things before that. And then there's a civilization off the coast of India. There's a temple in the water there that could be older than all this stuff.
Well, see, I've been hearing, I mean, like I said, I don't know how true any of this stuff is, but it's kind of interesting. But I've heard that if the earth was replenished, that there was probably a very highly technical civilization before us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just quickly looked up that, and apparently the Hebrew word means to fill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the
original Hebrew word didn't mean to refill, but it's kind of the same word that they use to fill or to refill, if that makes sense. So it could have been either or, but that's just what I Googled.
And
Don't
then
quote
they
me on
found
that.
this.
As Rick would say, do not take that to the bank.
Yeah.
Then they found this place in Turkey called Göbekli Tepe.
What's that?
Yeah.
It looks like giant slabs of granite, and they're shaped like the letter T, like big giant slabs. And then some of them have like carved dogs and ducks and stuff on them.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like we've lost audio, but it should come on pretty soon. It could have been the phone line. Yeah, that's what it is. So Rick's going to get up and turn that on. He's usually very good. As soon as he hears it, he just goes right in and turns it on. And then we'll just hear people talking, and they won't even know we left. Go hang in there, YouTube audience. That sound is a busy signal. Something people rarely hear anymore. Busy signal. But even though Rick sleeps, he ends up hearing it and then he redials in. I think he's got it. Yep, I think he's got it. I think we're going to be hearing him redial it in a minute. And if Susan, if you're...
Can't help with that.
And Susan, if you're listening, please ask him to come redial us back into the show. We've been going now for about 4 hours and 15 minutes. So a few hours before that would be 6 hours. And that's about the time that the phone will just turn off automatically and then it'll turn back on once Rick dials it in, and then we'll be able to hear the phone conversation. Hello, Rick. Did you hear the phone turn off and then we heard the busy signal? Hi, Rick. He's a light sleeper, so he should be in here in a few minutes to do that for us. I, of course, went to the little girl's room, and I'm coming back into my little studio here. Once I get back, I can put the camera back on. Okay. Rick, if you're available, can you please come to the phone and redial us back into the show? Most of the time, just the busy signal itself will wake him up. But this might not be one of those nights. Hello, Rick. Hi, Rick. Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo. I used to hate it when my grandfather would go, yoo-hoo, at the park. So embarrassing. Yes. There it is.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press * now. Please enter your PIN followed by the # or hash.
Thank you, Rick.
There are 11 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
Thank you.
Sounds like all these pagan gods were a bad thing. The booklet from the theology seminary says humans have had these motifs forever, and we have it in Christianity too. So that's the same pictures, but a whole different take on it. And what could be more basic than mother and child? So, that's like a basic thing. So I don't necessarily agree with Hayslip on anything. I think I don't know why the witnesses were so anti-everything. But
yeah. Well, the Catholic Church is offended by the two Babylons as well.
I was kind of offended by it, and I was a witness kid. By the time I read it last year, I'm like, this doesn't make archaeological sense.
Right. Alexander Hishop.
H-I-S-S-O-P.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to bear down and listen. I think I have it on audiobook. Yeah.
Yeah. I think if you look at some of these other art things where they explain the ancient world, you'll really say, wow, that's pretty neat.
Right.
Because it's all in art history. Art history teaches you everything. And they even teach you about the popes in art history. They teach you stuff that you don't learn in other classes.
Yeah, that one Catholic, Malachi. Let's see, Malachi.
Are you thinking of Malachi Martin?
Yeah. Was he the one that had the prophecy of the popes and this pope will be the last pope, or am I confused? Was it somebody else?
I think he was, and they just that other pope they had two popes recently.
Right.
Well, the guy from the Spanish guy that's the pope that's doing the job now, he kicked Benedict's boyfriend out yesterday.
Oh, what do you mean? Okay, what do you mean by that?
Well, Benedict was the one guy, remember, and he went to live in the villa, remember?
Yeah, well, Benedict was the pope prior to this one, right?
Yeah, but they were two popes alive at the same time. So
True.
Benedict went to live in the villa with his boyfriend, who was an archbishop.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then the guy that's ruling now, he was in the Vatican. Well, it was in the newspaper yesterday that the ruling pope kicked the boyfriend out of the Vatican.
I did not know. I haven't seen that on TV on a report.
That was in the news feed yesterday.
I hear you.
Good movie.
But they've been around a long time. Rome, has been around a long time.
Pope Francis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Couldn't think of his name.
Yeah.
I'm not a great fan of the papacy, but they do have the good art. They did pay the artists to do the stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoyed the movie, The Two Popes.
I'll have to see that.
Yeah, I never watched
Anthony Hopkins plays the grumpy one, the one that's now got a boyfriend. And another really great actor plays the other one. It's just, the reason I liked it is it kind of portrays what they talked about together, which you would never, ever get to hear about. And I quite like that. When they argue about the religion quite a bit.
Oh, I'll have to see that. I'd pay to hear Anthony Hopkins read the phone book.
Oh, yeah. That's on Netflix. That movie's on Netflix, I think, isn't it, Brad?
What's that?
I think it's on Netflix, that movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's worth a watch.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for the Napoleon movie.
You know what would be a great movie? I don't know how in the world you could make it, produce it. Was a movie where a chosen few would get in a spacecraft and they would go meet God. Now, Prometheus, that movie Prometheus, you know, it was an expensive movie to produce, but it was sort of a disappointment.
Yep, it sure was.
Yeah, they went to find the creator,
Mm-hmm.
but if someone could produce a movie much more, I don't know, I'd call it realistic. I don't know how you do it, but you know, where you know a group went to find God, and they had a place to look. I don't know, the Orion constellation would be a good one. That'd be a good story. Go to, I don't know how many, how far away it is, but anyway, you can do anything you want to in a movie.
Well, that new Star Trek episode 1, they kind of had some space aliens there and kind of had some God ideas. That's on.
Oh.
If you have YouTube, go to Paramount on YouTube, and they got the whole season of the new Star Trek.
Oh, I haven't watched any
And
of
it's
that.
free.
Yeah, I haven't watched.
They got a Napoleon movie coming. They got a new Cleopatra movie coming, and then they've got Chevalier, which is going to be about the Black Mozart who really knew Mozart. So those are all good.
They've also got, speaking of Prometheus, they've also got Alien 5 coming out.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I hear you. Well,
Yeah,
Pixie, one
I
thing,
like those
one thing
movies.
about you. Yeah, one thing about you, Pixie, you keep your brain active.
Well, I
That's
have
for
to.
Yeah.
So
That's a good
I have
thing.
a question.
Susan?
I have a question. If anyone has the answer, I would actually be very happy to hear it.
Sure, go ahead.
I remember back in the day when Watchtower decided all of a suddenly that they were not going to ask anyone that went door to door to ask for any more donations. And I would like to know if that was the same year that they became a 501c3, because then they started getting money from the government, which they were not supposed to be allying up with the government. So I've done research and I can't find it. I can't find that out.
I think the donation story was related to the Swaggart case.
Yes, yes.
They signed on as, not signatories, that's movies. They signed on in the case with Jimmy Swaggart. And it was something to do with funds. And after that, they didn't ask for funds at the door anymore. I think it was maybe through donations and taxes, but it might have been related to the having a 501c3.
I think it did, because their deal going on now with Sweden and Netherlands is teenagers and children are committing suicide and have taken it to the government, and they are saying, you know, we are being shunned by our families and our friends and everyone we know, and this is what this religion is doing to us. And so those countries are now saying, well, we're not going to, admit that you are a religion here, and we're not going to give you the money, because they get a certain amount of funding for every person that is supposed to be a religion-going person that goes to that religion. So that's why they are going to denounce them as a religion in those countries, because they're shunning these children who are committing suicide.
Right. That's how it's going. Well, look up the Jimmy Swaggart case, and when you see the first page of the case, I think Watchtower signed on with their attorneys in conjunction with Swaggart's attorneys.
To be a friend of the court.
No, my brain can't remember everything.
I remember some of that.
I don't know how to look that up. I don't know what to look for.
I think it would be Jimmy Swaggart versus the U.S. government or something like that.
Okay, I can look that
Or
up.
Jimmy Swaggart court case. Start there.
All right. Good start. Thank you.
Or religious donations and Jimmy Swaggart court case.
Yeah, because all I know is I remember they just all of a sudden decided, well, if this is the true religion, God is going to make sure that it's carried through and we don't have to ask for donations anymore.
It didn't have nothing. If I can use the Southern patois, it didn't have nothing to do with it being a true religion. It had to do with Jimmy Swaggart and taxes.
Well, that's what they said, and then all of a sudden, they became a 501c3. But you don't have to be a 501c3 in order not to pay taxes. If you're a religious organization, you don't have to belly up with the government. You just don't.
That's not true. Every religion that does not pay taxes in America is a 501c3.
No,
even if they're a pagan temple.
No, that's
Well,
not
then,
true.
well, then they're not paying their taxes, because I went over this with somebody before.
No, you don't have to pay taxes to be a religious organization. That's why you don't have to sign up and belly up with the government and be a 501c3. You can be a religious organization and not have to pay taxes. I mean, that's just the law.
Ma'am, I don't think that's correct. I think the thing that keeps you from paying the taxes is the corporate status, which is called a 501c3. And it doesn't have to be Christianity. It could be a pagan lodge or any other thing. But when you're incorporated under the 501c3, then you're seen as a religious organization and you don't pay taxes. That's how that works.
That's only when you want to get government funding because you're a 501c3.
No, it has to do with the taxes too. That's why they don't have to pay taxes.
I beg to differ with you on that.
Okay.
And I think we both.
Well, look it
do
up.
a little bit more research on that, but
because if I open my door and say that I'm the First Church of Pixie, and people are paying me money and I don't pay taxes, the IRS is not going to be happy. But if I have a 501c3 that says I have 15 church members with a 501c3, I don't have to pay a tax.
So that's where Jesus said, I gave for free, you give for free. You don't ask for money in return to give the gospel.
Well, that's great if you want to give out of your pocket. But if you set up a building and call it a church, you've got to have the paperwork.
Well, I guess that's why you just don't set up a building, and maybe you might meet in houses, or you might go from door to door. But
Sure. I'm not saying don't be a Christian in a house, but I'm saying if you're a church, as we consider a church, or a temple, or a pagan lodge, or something, if money's running through there, you got to have the 501c3 paperwork, and the 501c3 paperwork works for any kind of religion. That much I know.
Again, I'm gonna differ with you on that.
Well, I had a lawyer at my kitchen table, ma'am. So look it up.
So I just found Watchtower Bible and Tract Society produces a significant amount of printed electronic literature, primarily for the Jehovah's Witnesses. Their best-known publication magazine is the Watchtower and Awake. The Watchtower was first published. I opened this up because it's Jehovah's Witnesses Publications, Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
So particularly since 2001, when referring to other Watchtower Society publications, their literature was typically stated that it is published by Jehovah's Witnesses, though the edition notice identifies the publisher as the Watchtower Society, along with books and brochures. I'm sorry, I thought I was going to get to it quicker. I'm sorry, I'm just going to shut up and glance over this till I get to the part where it says, when did they start charging for the publications?
You're fine. You're fine, go for it. I want to know that.
Okay. Particularly since 2001, when referring to other Watchtower Society publications, their literature has typically stated that it is published by Jehovah's Witnesses, though the edition notice identifies the publisher as a Watchtower Society. Along with books and brochures, other media are also produced, including CDs, MP3s, and DVDs, and internet downloads and video streaming. New publications are usually released at Jehovah's Witnesses annual meetings, literature for preaching. I'm gonna glance through this and find it. When they started Wikipedia, this is a long list, so I'm just gonna glance over it. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Sorry about that.
Yeah, take your time, and if I'm not on the phone, I'll still be listening on the radio,
Hello.
so no worries.
Hi. Thank you.
How
What
you
is your name?
I'm Christopher. How you
Hi,
doing,
Christopher.
Larry?
Good to hear from you. The gal that I was just talking to, what was your name? Okay.
Yes, I was listening to her, and Pixie was right. It is interconnected with the Swagger case.
Mm-hmm.
The main issue that was the problem was the state charging taxes on the material that Swagger and the JWs were selling, because it's almost as if they were double dipping. You remember back when the witnesses had subscriptions, so the Watchtower and the Wake magazines would come in, you would go to the counter and you would pay for it. And what happened was, when you would go out in the field ministry, you asked for a small donation to cover the cost of printing.
Yes, that's what we did.
Right. That was almost reselling what was already paid for. So that was just like selling your religious materials, even though at the initial point, the Jehovah's Witness member paid for it, which covered all the cost of printing, shipping, and everything. But then you would go to the door and ask for an additional donation. So that money is like a resale. And the state's saying that if you take your religious material and you ask for a donation to cover the cost of printing and shipping, or however it's worded, then they have the right to tax that. And with Swagger, when he was selling his material and he was going across state lines, the next state that the people were buying the DVDs and well, it was VHS tapes at that time, they wanted a percentage of sales tax. They know, like you guys were saying, the 501(c), they were tax exempt. But when you sell religious materials, the state can ask for a piece of the tax. And, they have been at the Swagger for years. And, of course, the JWs joined on to kind of cover their self on the back end.
So what I was looking through says Jehovah's Witnesses, and thank you, Christopher. I can remember being at the door and saying that. We were trained to say that from theocratic amount and say that it was covered for printing and delivery or whatever, how much it costs. Like, that's the only cost we're charging them for. But in actuality, the organization made their money off of the members who bought the magazines, and then we went out and sold them or requested a donation. So what I'm reading here is that Jehovah's Witnesses previously offered their literature for a price determined by the branch office in each country to cover printing costs. Since 2000, Jehovah's Witnesses have offered their publications free of charge globally. So from this, it's claiming since 2000. Might be different, but that's what I got. Okay.
So is that when they decided that they told all the members that we're not going to charge anymore, that we're just going to leave this up to God and He's going to take care of it?
See, it seems like it was sooner than year 2000, because I think I can remember going through the transition and learning how to say it differently. And I left in like 82, 83. So this is what I came up with, but I might be wrong because it just doesn't. What do you think, Christopher? Do you recall, or anybody else?
No, you're right as far as the internet information, and she's correct too. So they said we're going to leave it up to God, but God was telling them on the back end, if you don't stop this, you're going to have to pay these taxes also with Mr. Swagger. So, you know, that's that political party line speech, you know, that you give as a candidate. You know, I will cut taxes, you know, but that's what they were doing to cover the, you know, CYA. And, you know, they had to sugarcoat it, you know, for the rank and file members.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted to know. I wanted to know when they decided they were going to come, you know, they came up with that, and when they decided to become a 401c3 and or 501c3, and then they started, you know, getting the money from the government. Because honestly, whenever I just honestly really got fed up with the governing body is when they started pushing that experimental vax. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, they're telling us it's our own decision, but they're also saying, well, we all at Bethel got that shot and all of us are okay. And, you know, it's okay for you all to get it, but it's still your decision. And I'm sitting here, every single broadcast they made was, get the shot, get the shot, get the shot. And I'm sitting here thinking, they're getting paid to say get the freaking shot. And I'm not getting no experimental shot. I'm sorry. I'm just not. And it just really made me angry to the point where I just turned it off and I couldn't watch it anymore. And I'm sorry I ranted. I just had to.
No, that's what was that's what you experienced. I get it. I just found something that said, is Watchtower Society tax exempt? After I Googled when did they become tax exempt. In March 1992, we issued a determination letter that recognized your organization as exempt from federal income taxes under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. 92 is what that's saying.
92. Well, that sounds about right.
Right, but the state wanted to come in and stick their hand in it. And when they joined the suit with Swagger, hoping that somehow the judicial decision would side with Swagger, then that way, you know, it would make them look good and saying, well, listen, we were behind you all the while. Like I said, but they would on the front side trying to cover themselves because they knew that the amount of materials that they were selling and pushing is way exceeded Swagger. Because you have to, if you guys remember, one time the organization wanted everybody, all the members, to have individual subscriptions. If there was a child and he was of age, they would have their own individual subscription. But here's the thing, that was a money ploy. Because if you think about it, think about the congregation that you grew up in. Let's say a child from age 10, well, 8, they can read from age 8 to 20 years old. Everybody had 2 or 3 kids. So you think about the baptized publishers that had a subscription. Now you're taking unbaptized children, or the ones from 10 to 18 to 20, you're gaining extra revenue every month through that. Not only are you gaining revenue, but you're getting money on the back end when the kids go to the door and place those same magazines. And all that money, there was no oversight. Because do you remember when you asked for a donation, let's say the person at the door gave you $2, you would just take it and place it in the contribution box. There was no distinction between this was to cover the cost of printing and this was the donation. So Watchtower lumped all that up and soaked all that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like when you're at a convention and unless you write a check and it goes to one certain congregation, if you just put it to the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses, then you have no idea where that money's going. And it kind of reminds me of when Tony Morris was at the liquor store and he was buying $54 bottles of liquor. I'm sitting here thinking, whose donations is paying for that? You know, that really made me mad.
And also, you guys think about. Go ahead. You go ahead, my lady.
I'm sorry. I just don't know what anybody else thinks about that. But I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, this guy is filming him undercover, and he's talking about his wife really liking certain types of liquor and alcohol and stuff, and he's sitting here picking $54 and $58 bottles of liquor off the shelf and putting it in his buggy, and he just goes and checks out and takes it outside, and it takes forever. I don't even know if that's the reason that he is not a member of the governing body anymore. I don't know. Nobody will say anything. We don't know.
Right.
But
I don't think they want us to know. They you know what? Yeah, when he was buying that liquor, he didn't expect, of course, not to be filmed and it just to go viral. But that buying the liquor and being undercover in the liquor store, think about this. You think about all the money during the COVID era that large companies got. But I was just reading just last week that major churches, the Methodists, the Church of Latter-day Saints, the Baptists, Southern Baptists, Northern Baptists, they all got large amounts of grants and money that they didn't have to pay back. Now, the Jehovah's Witnesses definitely probably took their part in that also. They didn't take any of that money and redistributed it to the members who were going through hard times, and which we all were at that time, going through hard times and helping, like they say, the poor, the sick, and the widows, even within the congregation. I don't think they did anything like that. I know they had a issue with the food boxes, which came from and paid for by the federal government, but they redistributed it as if they were the ones who initiated the food boxes. But that's what the JW organization receives more federal and government religious grants, just like the other big guys, or what they would call Babylon the Great or false religion. So, you know, it's they have their hands in more than one cookie jar.
You're exactly right, and that's what makes me so curious. Is because I know that they got paid to sit here and push that experimental shot on all of the members, and I sat here and I never saw one single person die of COVID. But after they started pushing those shots, I started seeing family members and friends in the organization just dropping like flies, and just with blood clots and heart attacks and strokes, and I was just sick. I absolutely was in my bed for 2 weeks, and I couldn't get out of the bed. I laid in my bed in a fetal position with a blanket over my head, and I couldn't get out of the bed long enough to go to the kitchen to try to make myself something to eat, and then I would turn right back around and go back and get in the bed. And nobody would listen to me, and I just couldn't tell them because they wouldn't listen.
Yeah, the Watchtower did that in such ways of, well, once we start, going back to the Kingdom Hall, only those that have been, have done that will be welcome to, they didn't set it up like you have to, but then they set it up like, if basically you won't be able to do these things, that thing, and the other if you're not. So it was quite persuasive. Could it have been coercive? Probably. It
was definitely coercive, but there were certain elders in my area that had comorbidities, if you will, and they couldn't take those shots. So you're not going to tell those certain elders in an area that has very little elders that they can't come back. But the wives, and I'm just going to say this straight up, and I believe this to be true, that the people that got those shots shed something onto other people who don't get those shots. And one of the elders' wives, she had comorbidities of things, and she was okay and healthy, and unless she was going to go into field service, and she was meeting with the other people that had all those shots. And from the very moment that she went to meet with all those people at the Kingdom Hall, she came home sick the next day, and she was sick for 3 or 4 days and couldn't move, couldn't do nothing. And she just said, I can't meet with everyone at the hall. I can't do it. I'm getting sick, and I don't know why. And I think I have the flu. And it's amazing that the flu just up and disappeared from the planet Earth whenever COVID came here. And nobody ever had the flu, but everybody had COVID. And even a guy that I know that died as a result of a motorcycle accident, he died of COVID, though he died of the motorcycle accident. So, I mean, it's just really strange how that all worked out. But I honestly, I think that our body is our temple, and that is said in the Bible. And I don't think that we're supposed to be injecting all this toxic poison into our temple, because we're supposed to be keeping that temple clean. And I think that, you know, the Bible talks in Revelation about pharmakia, and that means sorcery. And so, you know, and it says in the last day, you know, the whole world is fooled by the pharmakia. So I think that that's something that we all need to keep in our mind forefront. The pharmakia is sorcery, and everyone is fooled by it. So we just need to not be injecting things that we have no idea what is in that vial of potion that's being injected into the body, and just stay away from it, because God made our bodies, and He made our bodies to be, you know, able to be okay without anything being injected into it.
Sanderson from the governing body, his father passed because of that. And if you notice, I'm speaking cryptively, like I'm not mentioning certain words, otherwise this video would be taken down. But I do hear your concern, and I do understand why you're saying what you're saying. So I appreciate you sharing that.
I'm not preaching to anybody. I just want everyone to be informed as to, you know, what's going on in this last day. It's kind of like, you know, the demons don't have an identity. They don't have a female or a male, you know, identity. So they're pushing that on our children. You don't have to be a male. You don't have to be a female. It's the world, you know. It's what they're pushing on the world, and they're taking that to our children now. And so it's like the days of Noah. And so right now we're at that point, and honestly, I'm not even 60 years old, but I know I'm going to see the end in my lifetime. I'm going to see it, and we're all going to see it.
You may be right, and what you were saying about, did you say pharmacia? I do believe in taking, you know, medications when they're needed and stuff, but I do understand the leeriness of what you're talking about as well. And
I'm not dissing everything that's pharmaceutical, honestly. Just saying that there are certain things we have no idea of what they're injecting into us. We have no idea. They're putting poison into our bodies. They're putting poison into our children's bodies. They have an agenda, you know, to depopulate the planet. And so we have to be so very careful about, and you know, God, He made everything on the planet as far as what can heal us, and, you know, all that stuff. So we just have to be diligent about what we look up and find out how to heal ourselves without putting all this synthetic garbage in our bodies that they're creating.
Are you just talking about the COVID vaccine, about the garbage and the poison potions?
by the way, let me just add in here that the organization has invested in these.
Oh, I'm actually over 100 years. If you look up on archive.org, I found a book that is over 100 years old that a man who is he's a physician, and he's trying to talk to the president at that time and tell him, and the name of the book is The Horrors of Vaccinations. And he's about then at that time, at the horrors of the vaccinations and what they're doing. And he's trying to talk to the president about, do not inject our military people with this stuff because it's killing them. And he shows graphic pictures of what it's doing to the animals that they're practicing on. And it's all a practice of just, they're crazy people. It's just crazy people that are just.
I didn't know that, like, for the Spanish flu, that there was that available. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Brad. Please go ahead.
No, all good. No, all good. It's fine. I was just confirming. That's all. I just wanted to know, like what the lady was talking about all these potions and stuff, because I find that this COVID vaccine has kind of like the polio vaccine has worked for years and years and years, and same with German measles, and the amount of people that saved is astronomical, absolutely astronomical. And so I was just trying to figure out the difference between the magic potions and the ones that actually work. That's all.
I beg to differ with you about polio, because polio was caused from a chemical that they were spraying, and it's just like Satan.
Yeah, I've heard that before. But polio existed before they sprayed that chemical. So I'm not 100% sure that is an answer to that.
No, polio came about after the chemical, and then they decided.
No, it didn't.
I've done my research. We can do research.
Yeah, so have I.
And we can disagree and still go on too, respectfully, you know.
Yeah, of course.
I haven't caught your name, sweetheart. What is your name? The lady that's been. May I have your name? What?
After they started doing the polio vaccinations is when they stopped spraying the chemicals, and then it was like a miraculous thing that, oh, well, we solved the problem because we quit spraying the chemicals and nobody knows about it.
That is a great point. So why does polio still exist?
Probably because in third world countries
No,
they're still spraying.
No, they're not. They stopped using that chemical. It's been stopped worldwide. Why does polio still exist if it was caused by that particular chemical?
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in America.
Yeah, because it was a polio vaccine. It exists in countries where they don't use that chemical anymore and never have.
Well, I don't know that, and you don't know that for sure either.
Okay, but I'm using stuff that I've researched and information that I've researched, and I'm believing you on your research. You can't just then go, well, you don't know that's true, because I could just respond with exactly the same thing, surely.
You're exactly right, and I'm not going to disagree with you. All I can say is that you just have to go into that area and see if they're spraying chemicals in the area. I can tell you one thing right now. I don't know what they're spraying in the atmosphere here, but I can tell you that my security cameras don't pick up anything at night if there is no rain. But I can see them spraying those chemtrails in the sky, and after it rains, my infrared cameras pick up all this stuff that's falling down out of the atmosphere, and it looks like a swarm of, I don't even know what. I'm just looking at it like, what in the crap is that? And I showed it to a friend of mine, and she says, is that rain? And I said, no, it's not raining here. I said, this is after the rain. This is this stuff that's falling out of the atmosphere after the rain has gone. And I've looked at it like that for 15 years, and it didn't dawn on me that that's what it was until probably about 5 months ago. And then I thought, this happens every time after it rains. I'm looking at this in my security cameras, and so I'm like, this is something serious. And every single time after it rains, when I go outside, my allergies are horrible.
So with your camera, it picks up something else that kind of settles down, or does your camera show something that appears to be like coming down as rain, or?
It looks like a swarm of light beings. And
A swarm, okay.
it looks like honestly, I wouldn't if I walked outside in the dark and I looked, I would not be able to see it. It's only the infrared light that's on the camera that picks it up. I would never be able to see it, but I can inhale it and it makes me sick. It makes me have asthma attacks. It makes me ill.
There's a gentleman that listens to this show, and someone from his family, I believe an uncle, who did get the polio vaccine and ended up contracting it, which is extremely rare, but that is the situation in his family. Vaccines are a real sticky subject, and I understand your apprehensiveness.
Yeah, they did have different types of polio. They had the live and they had the inactive. So there were two different types of polio vaccination. So I don't know which type he got.
And when you said that they are about population control, who is they?
The WEF. Have you heard of the World Economic Forum?
Okay.
Yeah, the Klaus Schwab, and he calls us useless eaters, and he wants to depopulate the planet because he thinks that there's just too many of us useless eaters on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's their agenda for us. They want us to own nothing and be happy and to rent everything from them. And they used to have that as a video on their website, but they had so much flack from that they took it off of the website, so it's not on there anymore.
Can I say one thing about the vaccinations to add to this conversation?
Sure. Welcome, Christopher.
Okay. I had to go back and look at my notes. A lot of things I remember, but some things that just wouldn't stick in my mind. I went back and looked. The witnesses, they always try to be anti-Babylon the Great and say they don't participate in any of their themes or whatever. As far as vaccinations, even in 1921, I'm going to read you exactly what they said. They said vaccinations never prevented anything and never will, and is one of the most barbarous things. It says use your citizenship to forever abolish this devilish practice of vaccinations. Then 1931, 10 years later, these are a direct violation of the everlasting covenant that God made with Noah in the flood. And I didn't even realize until I looked back, this last one, it was 1993 in one of their wakes, August 8th, page 25. The Watchtower has presented consistent positions, which that's not even true by a long or short shot, that it would be up to the Bible-trained conscience of the Christian as to whether he would accept these, I'm going to call them VCs and stop saying that word, VCs for himself and his family. So even up to the point of 1993, they were in the back room still holding the position that they were against vaccinations in 1952. I'm looking at another note up here, 1952. So when this COVID thing came on board, and I'm quite sure they got the letters saying that, we're going to give out all this money and fund different programs that they were supposed to apply back to the members in the community, which they didn't on a full scale. But this was their chance to say to Caesar, look, we're going to do our part, and we're going to tell our members, you have to take the vaccination. Because, I mean, it was a pandemic that shook everybody. So, I mean, some people were doing it out of fear, taking it. Some people were doing it out of concern for the elderly ones in their family, mother, son, daughter. And everybody had their different reasons for doing it, and some for not doing it. But their position early on was, they didn't want any of their rank and file members to participate in any of these DCs.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you know what? At first, when they started pushing it, they were pushing it because, oh, well, you have to take care of your own self. And then when people weren't falling for that, they shamed you. Well, you're going to give it to your grandma and grandpa, and they're going to die. And then when that didn't work, then, they started bribing you. Well, we're going to give you lap dances at the local lap dance place, and we're going to give you free donuts per year. And
who did this? Who gave? I'm sorry. Who gave the incentive? Who gave the incentive of lap dances?
Yeah, they did. Yes. Yeah,
No, the question I'm asking you is who gave the incentive of lap dances? Who said that?
It was in Lexington, Kentucky. Yeah, absolutely. And then in Ohio, they were giving.
So it was some business or a city or a town or the government, or do you see where I'm coming from? Do you understand the question I'm asking?
Actually, I don't know. I guess it was the government, the governor or something. I don't know who they were pushing it for, but in Ohio, they were going to enter you into the $1 million lottery if you took the shot. And then when the bribery didn't work, then they tried to coerce you because you were going to lose your job. It was made mandatory if you didn't take that. And I'm like, you ain't going to tell me I'm going to take some experimental shot. I'm just going to raise my hand up and I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to walk right out that door and I'll just do whatever I can do and I'll get another job. And to me, I just looked at it like, okay, you tried to shame and force and coerce and then mandatory make it. And I'm like, there's something bad wrong with that shot for you to do all that to make somebody take it. I'm just straight up. That's it. So,
well, the idea of everybody taking it was because everybody was supposed to get it because it was a pandemic worldwide that they would get C-19. And the idea of everybody getting it, the thought process behind it, is so that the medical field would not have so many people in the hospital at once and have to deal with that. And then, once you have so many people, there's nurses, there's doctors, they're cutting corners, they're getting exhausted, they're catching it. So remember when you were talking about the curve, or they wanted to keep the curve down. So the idea of taking this was not so that you would not catch it, but that when you do catch it, because everybody's supposed to, it would be less of it would not hit you as hard, was the idea. And then so that combined with I want to say self-isolation, but that's not what they called it. So there was many things that were going on that actually to me felt like I was back in the Watchtower, because we self-isolated and they called it quarantine, self-quarantine, the whole 6 inches or 6 feet between people. And you're right, don't go see the elderly because you might be responsible for giving them something because you might have it and not have any symptoms, which my brother-in-law and my nephew did have it without any symptoms. So, there was a whole lot of different things combined with that was going on that it made me feel like I was back in the cult. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just going to throw out some common sense here, and I'm just going to say there's no such thing as a symptomatic. If you have no symptoms, you are not sick.
But see, my brother-in-law he was going to go in for an operation. It was in Kaiser. And because he was going to have an operation, they did this see if he had it thing. And they said he had it. And he said he had no symptoms. And then we had his son take the test as well. He had no symptoms. Then later.
What you have to understand is that those tests, they were rigged to tell everybody had it.
So Kaiser gave rigged tests to people? Like the
guy
Kaiser
that did those tests came on YouTube and he said, those tests were never designed to say that anyone had any sort of a disease, and you can ratchet it up, and anyone that is perfectly healthy, you can make them look like they have something that's wrong with them and they are sick. And that dude got killed because he said that. So
I wonder how the test could do that.
I'm talking about the PCR test, that it was a fake PCR test, that they ratcheted it up to make it look like everybody was sick, because the people in the hospitals got $100,000 every time that they got somebody in there and they tested them, and they ratcheted up that test and made them look like they had COVID, and then they put them on all those protocols that the government told them to put them on. And when they put them up to that ventilator and they died, they got over $100,000 for every person that died.
I heard it was 30,000. And let me ask you something.
Oh, sorry, you keep going.
Did you just say a minute ago that the tests were rigged so that, or you said there's no such thing as non-symptomatic or something, or did I hear you right?
So what I'm telling you is that if you don't feel like you're sick, you are not sick. If you go to the doctor and you get something stuck up your nose, or you get a PCR test, they can ratchet that test up, and you're not even going to be sick, but they're going to tell you you're sick. It's just you don't know what's in that vial that they're putting into your body. You're just relying on what they're telling you, and they're getting money from the government to make you die. It's just like the World Economic Forum and their 2030 agenda. If you go online and you look at the WEF and their 2030 agenda, you're going to see that's the depopulation. They want depopulation. And they're going to do whatever it takes to get rid of the population, because they call us useless eaters. And I
just wanted to make sure I heard you right on that one thing. Go ahead, Brad.
In Australia, we were given boxes and boxes of those tests that we could use at our work and at home. They all came back negative. Everybody that I saw use one. Every now and again there was a positive, and then they had COVID. I don't understand how they've prepared them to be either saying that you always have COVID or you don't. We have access to those tests right here. I've got a box of them upstairs in the office.
Well, I never trusted those things, and
And just one more thing. So, do you know? Obviously, everybody on here knows what herpes is.
Yes.
Mouth herpes. They're a sore that you can get on your mouth. Yeah. So, a very common thing of that is you can be a carrier, which means that you can give people them. You've got the herpes simplex in your system. You can give people herpes, but you don't show any symptoms of them whatsoever.
Oh my goodness. So somebody in the chat here on the chat in YouTube said that that they lost their mother to C19, and she had no symptoms, and caught it in hospital reception, because it was so busy with 3 days. I'm really sorry to hear that, Johnny. So
what needs to be asked is, what did they do for that individual when they were in the hospital? What kind of medications did they put them on? Because we have found out that a lot of people were put on remdesivir and different medications that were made to make worse anything that was a respiratory illness in order to make people die, as well as putting them on a ventilator to make them die, so that these people could make $100,000 for every person that died for all the protocols that they put them on. And if you don't believe me, there is a website you can go to called howbadismybatch.com, and you can look up your lot number for whatever it is vaccination that you took. And we have recently found out that all of the worst deadly batches that they sent were to Republican states in the United States. And now I don't know about in different countries, so you'll have to forgive me for that because I don't know about that. But I do know that in England, they use remdesivir more than they use something called Mito something. I can't remember the name of that one that they use here. But they put, as long as they follow the protocol from the WHO, and those people died from everything that they did from the protocol, the hospitals got $100,000 or more from each person. Now, I don't know if you know of James O'Keefe.
James who? James who?
James O'Keefe. James O'Keefe.
James O'Keefe.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with him now.
He actually did an undercover video where there were nurses and they had a recorder going on, and they just said, we're not going to do that to these people. They're killing these people. And so they actually, the people that were the CEOs of that hospital said, well, we will designate one floor for the people that we're going to kill on this floor for COVID. And that's how they were going to get all their money. And because all the other nurses weren't going to do it. And so we had some nurses that would sign off on it and say, okay, well, we'll do it, you know. And so all the COVID people that they said had COVID went on that floor, and look it up online, James O'Keefe, Keefe, Keef, and look up the hospital information about the nurses talking about nobody else would do it. It's just this one floor they had designated for everybody they were going to kill on that floor.
So this person did an undercover video, and he got to confirm that these nurses, some were saying they didn't want to take part of this killing. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
How did he get to be part of that? Like, because to me, I'm picturing a meeting happening with staff, and then how would this person that's not usually there at this location be able to be there and document this stuff?
Have you never heard of James O'Keefe of Project Veritas? He's the one that got the Pfizer CEO undercover. The dude was he's a gay dude, and he's out on a date with a guy who he thinks is on a date with him, and the guy is an undercover Project Veritas dude with a camera on him. He's asking him all these questions, and the guy is openly saying, oh, well, we're not doing gain of function. We call it something, they called it something else.
Oh, okay. Right. I don't think that the question I was asking was an unrealistic question. It makes sense to me what you're talking about now. He's with another person, and the other person's part of the situation where they're using this C19 vaccine, and then this other person is feeling comfortable enough to give him information. That does seem very plausible. The question I was asking was, because from what I was hearing you say, it was as though this was happening in a hospital and there's nurses being informed that this is what we're going to do. Like it was like a meeting with other nurses. Was I wrong? Did I hear you wrong?
No, you're not wrong. No, you're not wrong. That's what happened. There was two nurses that were talking, and they were both talking about how they were not going to do what they were being asked to do. And it was on a recording. One of those people recorded it. And apparently he got one of the nurses to record it. So this is...
Oh, I see. He got one of the nurses. I'm sorry. I thought he was there. Okay. He got a recording from a nurse that's normally there that okay, now I get it. I was asking, how can this person that's not usually there on staff meetings be there and not seem out of place? That's what I was thinking. I don't.
Yeah, no. This is how he makes the news, and he created his own business, and his business got too many board members, and they just booted him out of his own business, and so now he's out here on his own doing his own thing because he does the truth. And apparently they didn't like what he said, just like Tucker Carlson said some things that got him booted, and he does his own thing because he tells the truth. And so, you know,
Tucker Carlson from NBC, the NBC. That Tucker Carlson from NBC. Tucker Carlson.
No, Tucker was on Fox.
Okay, Fox.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't boot off of YouTube is because he had Fox logo behind him, and didn't matter what he said as long as he had Fox behind him. But then when Tucker got into talking about too much deep state stuff, they didn't like it, and over the weekend, you know, they just like booted him and said, "See you later," and then they tried to shut him up until the next elections take place, and he's not allowed to say anything. But apparently, he's already made a deal with Twitter, and he's already on Twitter, and he's making his own news. So, you know.
Okay. I'm just asking questions because I need it to make sense. That's all.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I have to make things make sense too, and I ask questions all the time. I know I sound like I'm stupid a lot of the times because I'm always
stupid. No, you don't sound stupid.
Well,
I might disagree with you on stuff, but you do not sound stupid, sweetheart. And I haven't gotten your name. May I get your name?
Tucker Carlson was from Fox.
Okay. Are you? Can I get your name?
My name is Connie.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did somebody else want to join in the conversation? Sounded like somebody.
There's somebody that was talking that was giving me reference about when the JWs turned into a 501c3. I would like to know how I can get in touch with that person because I would like to know more information about that.
The person that was telling you, was that somebody in the chat or somebody from the show? Christopher?
Well, it was somebody was talking out loud. I could hear them, so I don't know because I'm not.
I think that was Christopher.
He has this way. He does this thing with the ladies, and I so frickin' dig it. He's like da 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 da, my lady, and I just think it's the coolest thing ever. So that's our Christopher, yes. So I'm not sure if he's available to be reached. Christopher, are you able to come on here? Some people that come on this show, Connie, they're like so incognito. They'll never give out any of their get in touch info, but we definitely have tonight to talk more.
Well,
Christopher?
he had a lot of good information that he shared with me, and I really appreciated it. And I wish I had a pencil and I could have written it down, but I didn't.
Well, we're at the 5:30 part of this video, so when you'll be able to relook at this tomorrow on YouTube under the channel called Rick Farron. So since it's 5:24, I mean, it's at the point as far as how many hours this show has been on. I would start at the 5 o'clock point. I mean, the 5 hour point or the 4.5 hour point, and you will start to hear him come in, I think. And then you'll be able to write it down.
All right, that's cool.
Am I making sense? I'm giving a timestamp of the video and so that you don't have to listen to like 6 whole hours for when Christopher comes in.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take up your time, or I didn't mean to be a big mouth or anything like that. There were certain questions I had, and there were certain things that I wanted answered, and I did get a lot of answers. I didn't mean to take up a lot of your time, and I apologize for that.
No, you're welcome here. You had questions. A few people had the answers. Some of this other stuff, some people agree with you, some people don't. That's fine. That we're allowed to do that now that we're not. That's part of the freedom of being an ex Jehovah's Witness. We don't have to agree with everything. You know, somebody else says.
And quite often when I'm asking questions, that's all I'm doing. I'm just asking questions to have it make sense. That's all.
Yeah. Connie?
And this is Kurt.
Yeah, hi, Apostababe.
Hi.
You don't have to answer this, Connie, but are you from Eastern Kentucky?
Apparently, you know that I am because of my accent.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
I'm on the Kentucky border with Pike County, Kentucky. I heard you with your accent, and I heard you mention Lexington a minute ago. So I thought maybe that's where you're from.
I'm not from Lexington, but I'm close.
Okay, I figured. Because the Eastern Kentucky accent's a lot different than the Western Kentucky accent.
Absolutely.
My wife's from Eastern Kentucky. Okay. Thank you for answering that, Connie.
No problem.
I don't know how. Go ahead. Is somebody going to speak up?
I was just about to say that I really like that accent as well, but I didn't make any noise.
Oh, okay.
I hear you, Brad.
I think it's an amazing thing when people hear an accent and know where it comes from.
Yeah, I find that amazing too. That you were just able to pick it based on just hearing it. I find that very cool. Because as far as I'm concerned, all of you guys could be from completely different countries. all of your accents are so different.
Since the Australian Royal Commission and Angus Stewart and that whole thing, I really appreciate Australian accents. Like I dug that whole thing so much. It's like they must have an Australian accent, and I just think they're the coolest. That's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I like.
When you hear me talk compared to Connie talk, is it
Yes.
vastly different as it sounds to my ears?
I think so. I mean, we're all speaking English, but it's accents. Yeah.
It's so different to accents that I'm used to. That when I start talking, and sometimes I can hear myself echoing when I talk, and it's like,
Yeah.
I sound that stupid?
No. No.
Like it's so weird thinking about accents. How I think of myself as not having an accent, and you having the craziest accent, and you probably think the exact same thing about me. But you are all from the same country, still different.
And then,
Well, then you got New Englanders in Rhode Island, right? But we're called New Englanders because this is Eric from Rhode Island. Well,
Eric, talk about Sharon.
yeah, and then we say wicked doc out there. Like where? Like what?
Oh, that's like Goodwill.
Yeah, New
Hunting.
Englanders are like, it's wicked doc out there, man. What this stinking weather? It's got you all fucked up. We talk. we talk with really thick accents, and people are like, "What the heck?" They even did it on Finding Nemo. The lobsters were from Maine, right? Maine, New England, and they're like, it's wicked doc up there. Yeah, they go, it's wicked doc up there. Because we don't pronounce the R's, it's like pasta car.
And so I was asking Eric to talk about. I was asking Eric to talk about Sharon because she comes in from North Carolina, but sounds like she's from Jersey. Am I saying that right?
Oh, no, she's from New York. And I laugh hysterically. It's Sharon from North Carolina.
Oh my God.
And I called her out on it. She's from Long Island, New York. It's like you'll never lose that accent, honey. You're not from North Carolina. You're from New York.
But that's where she's residing now. Yeah. This is too cool.
Eric, it's like Springmeyer. It's like Springmeyer told you recently that he's never heard anybody from Nashville talk like you. And you had to
like
tell
me?
you from Rhode Island, yeah.
Yes, and that's because I'm not from Nashville. Otherwise, I would talk like this and roll everything back, and carts wouldn't be a cart; they'd be a buggy.
Oh yeah.
I think I heard Connie trying to say something.
When I came here, someone said, "Sir, do you want my buggy?" I said, "Do I want what?"
Yeah.
You're like, no, thank you, gentlemen.
I hope you come back on, Connie.
I think she's trying to say something right now. Connie, did you?
I never thought about anybody being any different than me. I grew up with parents who race didn't matter to us, and nationality didn't matter to us. When we were kids, we just grew up and we were kids, We didn't have any bias or anything like that going on. And now when you become an adult and you have all this crap going on in this world, it's like, what in the world is going on with these people? When you're little kids, you grow up with little kids and you don't see no difference in race or color or background or nothing like that. And it seems like Satan is just like trying to divide us in every single way that he possibly can. It's just insane.
I do think the organization was good to us in as far as inclusion of nationalities in the literature that we saw and, what they taught.
As far as I'm concerned, we all came from the same two people. We're all brothers and sisters worldwide, and it really upsets me when people say, my country, my flag, my, and I'm like, we are a worldwide brotherhood of brothers and sisters. I don't know what you're talking about, my this and my that, and that really aggravates the crap out of me because I'm like, we're all brothers and sisters. I don't know what they're talking about, my this and my that, my flag, my, and I just think, and I always pray, I pray for my family, my brothers, my sisters. It doesn't matter what country you're in. It doesn't matter where you're at on this planet. It matters to me that God is looking over you. God is taking care of you. He is blessing you, and he is taking care of your families for everyone who believes in him and who loves him. And that is my prayer for every one of my family members across this world. And that's just what I feel.
That's beautiful.
If everybody thought that way, we'd have peace.
I agree.
I hear you, Tony. Yeah.
And I think we can make a choice too, because yes, we are being divided. It's very us and them right now. It's very black and white right now. It's very, if you don't believe my way, then you are my enemy. And that is something we can counteract simply by just us talking like this and bringing this into our everyday lives. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I have got to let my dog out. He is telling me that he has to go outside to pee.
Okay.
Guys, have a good night, and I have just really been thoroughly blessed talking to all of you, and I appreciate you all, and may God bless you all, and you all have a good night.
Yeah, you be
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you, Connie.
Yeah.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye, hon.
What a sweet woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope she comes back on Apostababe.
I do too. I do too.
Well, I could tell you all a short story about Jimmy Swaggart Bible, a Jimmy Swaggart Bible.
Okay.
I'll make it quick. Yeah, I'll make it quick.
Before you do, Kurt, I'm going to sign off, and I just thought I'd say thank you all for giving a good show tonight, Apostababe. You did a great job, and Kurt and everybody talking. Thank you. And I'll just send some quick love to Brad from Australia too. He's a good friend of mine.
Oh, cheers, bro. Love right back at you, buddy. Love right back at you.
You know what? I love hearing men tell each other they love each other in this setting, and I get to hear this on 6 Screens, and I just dig it. It's so real. Thank you, gentlemen, for being this authentic and telling each other that you love each other.
Oh, you know, not to interrupt, Kurt, I'll leave you alone real quick. But since you said something, you know, I want to tell 6 Screens this is that we live in really opposite weird time zones, like 15 hours, I think, from Australia. But he's Brad's been a really good friend, and I hope I've been the same way too. But we're able to talk to each other, even in a quick text. And I'm not a shy person, but I can be at times, picking up the phone and talking to people. Sometimes it takes other people to do the first step. But the point that I was making is that Rick's show has literally introduced me to so many different types of people like Brad. And I literally met Joe and Fran in Nashville when they came over here. They're like the real pioneers. When we hear about them through Jehovah's Witnesses, and when they talk about pioneers, now they're the pioneers. These guys have been awake for like a year, and they're traveling around and uniting us all. I don't know. I think it's cool that we're all united in a belief system that we were screwed by Watchtower, basically, and we all can heal from it by our stories together. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Kurt. And I just thought I would.
That's okay. That's okay. I hear every word you're saying. I agree with you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, can I make one comment?
I'll probably keep you all on in this background noise as I pass out. But thank you all.
Okay.
Excuse me. Do I hear Christopher?
Yes. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, you found me. I heard you guys, and I was writing for a post that I had to put up. But look, I almost felt halfway famous when it's like you guys were looking for me, and I couldn't even type fast enough for smiling. But I'm gonna tell you, everybody is on the line. I was listening to the last part, and the lady that left, you know, why so much division, and she was talking about when she was younger. And just like, you know, Jesus' words, he said, you know, unless you're like this child that was in the midst of him and the disciples, and have that pure innocence and be born again, not only in a not a physical condition, but the mental condition. You know, like she was saying, when you grow up, you don't have any preconditions on anything. And I'm gonna tell you. What made me smile when all you guys were saying, I love you, and Brad was saying, I love you back. And I forgot to call his name, he's on the line now. But, you know, he was confirmed, you know.
And Kurt.
And Kurt, yeah, everybody was confirming it. I'm gonna tell you how important words are. And like you said, you know, these are things that need to be said. Somebody just has to break the ice, or just, you know, break through that. It's really a thin layer. It's not as thick as a lot of people think. The word love is spelled Love, and that's what you guys were conveying to each other, Love. But when you turn the word backwards, it's EVOL, evolve. Once you evolve and realize that that is love, just like when we live, you turn that back, LIVE, you have EVIL. And we have to go through the evils or the struggles of life. And we learn to live, we learn to evolve and to love. And that's how important words are, you know, and a lot of times we take them for granted. And that's why God said to bridle your tongue. You know, don't impose a curse on another person. Watch what you say, because your words mean things. And I tell people how important words are. If all of us, you know, went to the Grand Canyon and we said hello, you would hear the echo. Hello, hello, hello. Now, we're not in the Grand Canyon now. We're individually in our own homes, but our words still echo. And that's why words have power, and they mean certain things. And like the lady was saying, you know, she prays for everybody. So those words and prayers go out. And you remember the old saying that someone has to stay prayed up for you? A lot of us that are here now, and I remember Kurt telling the audience the different things he went through growing up, you know, dealing with the rough life that he was going through. Somebody had to stay prayed up, whether it was that grandma or that auntie or mom who was sending those prayers out, you know. And that's the reason that a lot of us are still here, to give a testament, to be on Miss Linda's show, or to be on the 6 screens and give that. But that love is the love that he said is the greatest commandment, because it breaks down everything. It will break down everything. It'll make you spend $400 on your new girlfriend. It'll make you act differently. You know, it makes you reconsider what life is, you know. So, I mean, I enjoyed this little small segment right here.
That's very cool. The gal that was on earlier named Connie wanted to know if there was a way to get in touch with you, maybe through an email or something. And if you're not comfortable with that, that's okay too. But I wanted to run that past you. Is that something?
Yeah, I can give an email. That's no problem.
Okay, so Connie, we're at the 5:41 timestamp. And can you give the email out over the air?
Yeah, I can give it to you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good comment.
Okay, it's these letters: CMEMATEU, the number 2 at yahoo.com. And it's I play a lot of chess. It is CMEMATEU. So that's what those letters stand for.
Can you repeat it one more time?
The letter CMEMATEU, the number 2 at yahoo.com.
Thank you, Christopher. So there's that.
I'm going to ask you guys something, Brad and Kurt. Do you guys know about the site called Quora? Quora? Is anybody?
I do.
With it?
Yeah.
What do you want to know about it?
No, I was. A lot of people aren't familiar with it. I got introduced to it about probably 4 months ago now, and I've been different posts and created a space.
Okay.
I did not realize the number of witnesses. I'm talking about elders, ex full-time pioneers, what I call the fire and brimstone witnesses that are up there, and they're giving their point of view, and they basically are interacting with what they would call apostates or anti-ministers or people of mainstream Christianity. But I told one of the witnesses, on a message, I said, they were saying, should witnesses even be up here? And I told them, I said, well, my point would be, I congratulate them, because a site like this years ago, the society was said that, this is having too much collusion with apostate thinking and messaging that might distort your viewpoint, and then you might bring that division back to the congregation. But now a lot of them count that time that they put in, because they do some detailed posts on both sides, and they count that as witnessing. But there are a lot of witnesses that are up there. And now I posed that question to a witness I know personally, and he was just against it, the whole thing. But he did give a good point at the end. He said, Chris, if that's the way that they want to go, then, that's their path. But that's not for me. But I told two witnesses that, and both were rejected to the idea of even believing me that they're active witness elders, pioneers, that are up there participating in things like this.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd not heard of that.
Wow.
I had not heard of that. Go ahead, Brad.
I have personal experience with Quora if you want to hear about it.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Brad.
I thought I was going to go to sleep, y'all, but I guess not. For whatever reason, I got what do you call it? Updates for Quora, and I'm not even signed up to it, and I get it all the time. And this is how we know our phones are spying on us, because I didn't even know what Quora was, and all of a sudden I'm getting updates for Jehovah's Witness comments on it, and I'm like, what in the hell? What is this? So I started reading some of the stuff that's posted, and then I signed in on my Google account and started leaving comments too, because there are ridiculous witnesses saying the most stupid stuff on here. Like, oh, is it true that Jehovah's Witnesses kill their children from the blood doctrine? And then it's like, someone will be like, no. And then they have this long response, but then it ends up being yes. And it's just like, why bother? So your kids do die. Like, got it. Like, oh my God. But
like a rehearsed demonstration from the Theocratic Ministry School.
Yeah, exactly. We're taught how to. You're right, Linda. We're taught how to feel, think. We're taught what to do in those situations too, and we're taught to just goddamn lie. Pardon my French. We're just
theocratic. Theocratic warfare. Yes. And
exactly.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, buddy. And you can tell by their answers. When I read some of the posts, everything is just like they're making gingerbread cookies. All of them are cut from the same mold. They'll take regurgitated material and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. They are consistent. I mean, that's how a lot of us were trained, like you said, in the Theocratic Ministry School and other things. But they do not stray off of the basic language, everything. And you can. There was a question I posed to them. I said, who is John Aquila Brown? And I said that most witnesses don't know of this guy. And John Aquila Brown was the one who came up with the prophecy for Daniel, the deeper understanding of it, the 2,520 years. He came up with the understanding that it had a dual fulfillment with the dream and the fulfillment of 1914 and all these other things, the 1,260 days. And of course, they attribute all this stuff to Russell, who it was Nelson Barber who took it and repurposed it and then taught it to Russell. And once they divided, Russell took it and just reshined it up as if he had a prophetic understanding of it. And that's what witnesses think. And when I posed that to him, I said, well, if you don't believe me, check your Proclaimer's book. And it's in the Proclaimer's book. It's in all the, material. I said, this is not being anti-witness. This is not trying to take credit from Russell. Russell is taking credit from John Aquila Brown. And this was 20-some years before Russell even came on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, John Aquila Brown. I think he was English, wasn't he?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember?
Yeah, he was English.
Yeah. Yeah, he came up with that formula before Russell and Barber. You got your
Right,
facts
and
right on that. Yeah.
Right, and I told them, I said, well, now if Russell was this prophetic guy, and he was the faithful and discreet slave, and Jehovah blessed him with all this major insight, I said, well, who gave John Aquila Brown the insight? Who gave Nelson Darby the insight to place the first term Jehovah in the Bible? You know, did Jehovah use them also? Or did he put them in place so you can take it, package it, and take credit for it?
I hear you. That's you're accurate about that, Christopher.
And by the way, it was Charles Taze Russell's wife, Marie, who called Charles Taze Russell the faithful and discreet slave. So when you read about the history, you'll hear that he was called this. He didn't call himself that, but he also didn't disagree with this. So there's that.
But they put it in their material, Miss Linda, that he was the faithful and discreet slave.
Correct.
I would pull it up, but it was like the minister of the Church of Laodicea.
Yes, I just downloaded that book, matter of fact.
Right. So, I mean, the witnesses for the newer ones and the ones that come in and don't understand why people bring up their history. I mean, everything is made of history. You know, I mean, your childhood, you know, tomorrow is a history. But they want to distance themselves from it. But it's problematic because you had a faithful and discreet slave that came on the scene with Russell. There was no new light given to the Bible students, but he claimed the position. And in the literature, it says, you know, mostly in private, but he did claim the position. If didn't claim the position and didn't tell ones about it, then it would almost be blasphemous. But see, that faithful and discreet slave is a position that is, I think Ms. Linda laughed the first time I said it. They consider it a prophetic parable, but it is a way to control the rank and file members. And this is what I pose to them. If the faithful and discreet slave is so important, why doesn't Jehovah, God, reveal the importance of it? Because you have to realize, even if, let's say they are the faithful and discreet slave as a composite or however they want to do it, let's say even after we're gone, let's say another 2,000 years, those people that come on the earthly scene, their salvation and eternal life is based on streaming to this one organization. So don't you think somewhere in Jehovah's literature, he would have left some details more than Matthew 24, chapter 24, to stream those people's salvation and everlasting life more than somebody saying an invisible presence came, which you can't fact check an invisible presence. But
no, you cannot.
That for all of us to have eternal life or a chance at life. So, you know, that's very problematic.
I hear you. You explained that very good. Very problematic. I would call it an abstract doctrine. Of course, to them, it's not abstract. It's crucial.
Very crucial.
Tiles. Yeah. Very good, Christopher.
That's where the spiritual food comes from, which makes the members dependent on getting the spiritual food at the proper time. So it's a very crucial doctrine for anybody's spiritual health within the organization. That's what a high control, high demand culture will do, is make sure that you cannot survive without being dependent upon the leadership or, you know, dependent on someone that either claims to be God or speaks for God. That's very much a unhealthy tactic that is used.
Amen. I'm getting pretty tired. I'm going to get off the phone here in a minute. It's been a great show. I want to tell you all a real quick story. I won't bore you. It will take up just a couple of minutes. About
Sure.
Jimmy Swaggart Bible, a Jimmy Swaggart Bible. I got YouTube on my TV probably about 6 years ago. Before that, on DirecTV, I watched a lot of religious programs. DirecTV has got a block of channels. Haven't been on there in a long time. EWTN, the Seventh-day Adventist, the Swaggart Network. And so I watched Jimmy Swaggart quite a bit. He's a born and raised Assembly of God. And he was advertising, or they, Swaggart Ministries, advertising a Bible. It was 50% or 75% off. I cannot remember. Big reduction. So I called the number, and the sale had went off. And so the lady was really nice. I said, well, that's bad for me. I said, is there any way that you could, give me that, whatever it was, 50%, 70%, it was a huge amount off. And she said, I'll go ahead and do it. So she sent it to me. It's the nicest Bible you can imagine. I didn't use it very well. It's still in the box. What it had cowhide leather.
Nice.
Beautiful Bible, yeah. And of course, I knew in advance that most scriptures he would put in parentheses his comment. He would put it in red, in parentheses, in the verse. And of course, I've looked through it quite a bit, and there were some of his, comments I didn't agree with. But the point I was making is that the lady was very, very nice and ended up extending that sale. I think I paid $110 maybe, and it was over $200. Very, very nice Bible, coming in real nice box and all of that. So I thought I'd run that by you guys, because earlier we were talking about the Swaggart Ministries and the tie-in with the door-to-door work of the Watchtower, and them not taking donations for the publication, for the literature. So anyway, that just came to my mind. I thought I'd tell you guys about that.
Thank you for telling us. So was this a King James or a New King James or NIV or?
Yeah, this was a King James version. Like I say, I haven't used it. My goodness.
And you said he gave his commentary like where the scriptures are written, but he has it in red within the scriptures?
What he would do, he would put his own comments in the verses, but he would put his comments in parentheses and put it in red. And then when he got to the red letter part, of course, in the Gospels, when Jesus spoke, he would put Jesus' words in red and his words in black. But he would put them in. But anyway, the point to the story is they were really, really nice to me. And of course, they sent me literature to join. I don't remember much about it. The Swaggart Ministries, where you could get deals on things, etc., etc., tapes or CDs and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, a boring story, but I thought I'd bring that up.
No, that price for a good leather-bound Bible that's got good, that's a very good price that you got it for. And that's about, I got mine like 30 years ago and spent that much, okay, for an NIV and to get my name put on it and stuff. And it was, it had commentary on the bottom. So yeah.
Oh yeah,
Sounds
I'm
like
with you, Apostababe. Apostababe, I'm gonna kid with you. You got a not inspired version. What you got? I say not. I'm joking with you. I've got quite a few NIV. I got quite a few NIV Bibles. Some really nice ones. Just joking around.
Was
All
that
right.
a King James only kind of joke?
Yeah, it's a
Some
King James only. That's a King James only.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so to the audience, when I say King James only, there's a certain amount of people within Christianity who are diehard. The only Bible that's worth its weight in gold is the King James. Everybody else, it's
Yeah.
just a version.
Yeah.
King James only, like that's that's the one.
Some people go as far as to believe that the King James Bible is inspired every word as the autograph versions. In other words, Paul's autograph letter, we believe it was inspired to the Corinthians, and etc. And but yeah, some King James only they believe that that when it was translated, that God Himself inspired every word of it. Some go to that extent. Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of different versions. Yeah.
So that's why when he said I had an uninspired Bible, the NIV was an uninspired Bible. That was funny. Thank you, Kurt.
I like NIV. I like the NIV. The New American Standard Bible, I think, is my favorite. I don't know. It's supposed to be really, really accurate, pretty much as I guess it can be in English. At least they say that. I don't know a word of Greek and a word of Hebrew. I can't argue with them. But the King James Bible, I like it too. But
That's
the
good.
Standard, I think, is my favorite. Yeah.
That's very cool.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm awful tired. But it's been a good show. Been a real good show.
It has. Yeah, it has been a good show. And Eric was like, I thought I was going to go to sleep, but I'm still here. And by the way, Eric,
all the support.
I wanted to say that
I'm still here.
Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you, Apostababe. Don't forget that.
Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that.
All right, and I hope Christopher comes back on regular, and Connie.
Connie, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to say good night, everybody. So I'll talk with you.
I'm going to talk a little bit with Eric and probably close up the show because we're going on 6 hours now. I was going to say, Eric, you look good on camera. You look good on camera. So, yeah. Whatever you're doing to get used to it, keep it up. And like a week or two ago, I started hearing your wife speak up. And I've heard you say that she is shy. So just from hearing this, I know that it is quite the challenge to just start speaking up when you're shy. And I'm listening to her talk, and it really flows when she is speaking up. And it's just nice to hear her voice. So, yeah, I just wanted to compliment both of you on that. So thank you for going to that place of revealing your looks. And we can put a face to the voice. I appreciate that, Eric. So it is now at just about 6 hours and about 3 minutes. So I think I'm going to wrap it up. I think we had some good conversation tonight. It got lively. I'm trying to think of a few things that I wanted to make sure to bring up, but I can tell I'm not retrieving it from my brain. I just this is something that I look forward to all week long, and I'll read about this, I'll read about that, and all kinds of different things. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to bring it up on the show, but I usually just go with my gut when I do the show. Sometimes it'll be a subject we've been talking about earlier in the day, because Rick Farron has these different time slots that he has different people host different shows, and sometimes a subject to me will feel like it just didn't get talked about enough. So I'll kind of continue it, and or I'll just go with my gut on something, anything, and it seems to have worked. If there's a subject that you're interested in me talking about, or just bringing it up so that we can all talk about it, I welcome that. You can put within the comment section of this video, you can give some, write down what you're interested in talking about, and if I'm comfortable with it, I will bring it up. If you give me something that just is not comfortable to me, I probably won't. But I can't imagine anything being not comfortable to me. So yeah, I will do that. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for those that will be listening to this in the future. I appreciate that you take the time to listen to this. I think of the opportunity for us to get to visit through Healing After the Watchtower. I think it really does help us in our healing. I think that when we get to talk to other people that are working on their healing, being a survivor of a very toxic culture, that it takes time. So we can learn from each other. We can share each other's breakthroughs and what we've learned and things like that. I also wanted to say one more time that on Prime, Sunny Happy People is, they're having a series right now, and it's about the Duggar family. And they follow the Gothard, the Gothard Manor. I don't remember the guy's first name, so I might even have those two names mixed up. But anyways, the name of this series is Sunny Happy People. I want to urge you to watch it because I want you to look at it and ask yourself, was if you pick up on any situations that seemed familiar to you and your experience within the culture of the Watchtower, or whatever culture that you were involved in. Another one is on Prime as well, and that's called Apostasy. It came out a few years back, but you know what? There's people that have came out within the last couple of years and have not watched that show or that movie, and it's simply called Apostasy. It's very good, very good. And yeah, I think I'll have a few more to talk about on another time. But thank you for being here, and I appreciate you very much. Was somebody wanting to say something?
Yes, this is Christopher. One more time.
Sure. Hi, Chris.
Okay. I need you to use and keep that email because I would say I think, but I know I'm ready to start a YouTube presence very soon. So I want to talk to you and get your feedback, and you can kind of be my mentor and kind of put me on the right path.
Okay. I'll just give you feedback. I don't know if I could be your mentor, but I have a channel too, and you can look at my videos. But
yeah, I just want some
good for you
on some things,
Good for you. I'm really proud of you. That's a big jump.
Okay.
I remember before I chose to open up a channel, and yeah, I had to really get my mindset in a good place for that. Really know my purpose and be able to stick with it instead of getting distracted by things that'll take me off the trail or whatever. So when I get a few things down that I knew that these were my purpose, then I didn't get distracted so much.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, so I'll go back to that spot and get your email address, or you can mention it again right at this point. Will you please?
Mention it again. Oh yeah, it's CMeMateu, CMeMateu, the number 2 at yahoo.com.
Okay, that's Christopher. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you chimed in.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, my lady, and I will see you another time.
Yeah, another time. It's always good to hear your voice. And I really appreciate what you bring in and offer in the show. Thank you so much for that. So this is Apostababe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I'm going to say goodnight. I believe the show started on the 17th of June. So today should be like the 18th of June, 2023. So enjoy your week. And I will be back next week. Thank you. Bye-bye.